5 o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, calls grow louder for President Biden to step aside, and over 1 million are still without power in the Houston area. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, could see a stray shower, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. Well, some of Hollywood's elite are joining a swath of lawmakers and calling for President Biden to bow out of the race. Fox's Kevin Corke has more on Decision 2024.
A lot of money flows from Hollywood right into campaign coffers. So when you lost them, well, the clock is ticking. And George Clooney is saying it's time for Biden to hang it up. Quote, "I love Joe Biden, but we need a new nominee." Michael Douglas concurs, saying Clooney ditching Biden is, quote, valid at this point. And amazingly, Clooney took it a step farther, calling out the Democrat Party leadership for gaslighting the American people about Biden following his disastrous debate performance. Quote, "Was he tired? Yes. Cold? Maybe. But our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw."
And speaking to Fox's Hannity, Republican South Carolina Senator Tim Scott says Democrats are in panic mode for one reason.
Democrats are in absolute full panic mode, not because the president of the United States is unable to perform his duties as the commander-in-chief and the leader of the free world. They're in panic mode, Sean, because their poll numbers are dropping like a lead balloon.
Despite the backlash, the president is firm in his aim for a second term. In a letter to congressional Democrats, he says the party must unite in order to defeat former President Trump. And President Biden, meantime, is hosting his first press conference since last month's debate with Trump. Biden will speak with the media at 4:30 this afternoon. It is the first time he's taken questions solo since November of last year. The press briefing will be at the Washington Convention Center, where Biden spent his third day at the NATO summit. Well, about 1.3 million customers are still without power in portions of Texas 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says officials are working to get power restored for those people as soon as possible.
When you don't have power, when it's pitch black at night, when it's hot as Hades during the day, you don't have access to food that you normally had. It's a miserable situation. And you need to know that we care about that.
CenterPoint Energy customers are among those without electricity who must also face no air conditioning in the midst of a dangerous heat wave this week. CenterPoint Energy says it is restoring power as quickly as possible. Well, friends and family are saying goodbye to Texas icon Kinky Friedman.
The singer, author, and one-time candidate for governor, Kinky Friedman, will be laid to rest today. Those who knew him best say he was one of a kind. Laura Hoke was Kinky's spokesman during a ill-fated dip into politics.
You walk into an event at a restaurant, most politicians are going to pump fists with the owners, and Kinky would do that. But then he would stick around and he'd hang out and have a cigarette in the back with the busboys.
A memorial will be held this afternoon at the Arcadia Theater in Kerrville, but Friedman will live on. He finished one final album before dying of complications from Parkinson's. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio City Councilman Mark White is now formally charged with DWI. The San Antonio police stopped a District 10 councilman on December 29th for speeding and not signaling a lane change. They arrested him after administering several field sobriety tests. White was suspended in January from his committee assignments, which were reinstated in April. His first court appearance was in May, and the Bexar County DA's office announced yesterday that he'd been officially charged. Well, the company behind a controversial vending machine that sells bullets is defending their device, which popped up this week at a Canyon Lake grocery store.
We are big supporters of responsible gun ownership. And our machines really create a safer and more secure environment for the sale of ammunition.
Grant Majors heads the company called American Rounds. He pushed back on suggestions that the automated ammo dispenser is not safe. The machine checks IDs with a built-in facial scanner. In addition to the store in Canyon Lake, they also have machines in Alabama and Oklahoma. Well, 2 NASA astronauts are still at the International Space Station, even though they were supposed to be back on Earth weeks ago. Here's Fox's Jonathan Siri with the latest.
NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams' 8-day test flight entering a second month, while engineers on the ground investigate the cause of helium leaks and thruster problems Boeing's new Starliner spacecraft encountered on its way to the International Space Station in early June. While NASA and Boeing officials say they're confident Starliner would be safe to fly back to Earth in an emergency, they're leveraging the extra time in orbit to prevent the problems from repeating on future missions. Any direct inspection of the leaks and thrusters needs to be done in space because they're located on Starliner's service module, a portion of the spacecraft that is jettisoned during the return flight and burns up as it re-enters Earth's atmosphere.
Officials say the earliest they could return may be the end of this month. Well, if you're looking for a way to beat the heat as sweltering temperatures continue to punish much of the nation, you can stop by any 7-Eleven today for a free Slurpee. National Slurpee Day is held every year on the 11th of July, and there's no purchase necessary. It is 5:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
You want to say hello to the people? We are saying hello to the people. Hello, people. Lost my.
Hello, everybody.
There it is. Charity McCurdy's in here saying hello.
Oh, my God.
Rooster, Echo, Ray, Jacob, Tommy, Travis, Sam Tobias. What is it? I do not see the chairman of the Bear County MAGA Republicans. Did you guys already offend Tracy Bogert? Travis, what is up?
I guess we're blowing up, Aaron. Charity doesn't like the topic, so we're
Really?
going to, yeah. Be 2 days in a row.
Well, hey, enjoy Charlie for the whole hour.
That's not good.
I might write back and say that'll mean Charlie for the whole hour.
Jesus, fuck this shit. I'm,
Welcome into this beautiful day, 7-Eleven, Thursday, July 11th, 2024. 4 days until the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, 15 days until the Victor Wembanyama Olympics in Paris, 39 days until the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. That'll be about as fun as the 1968 Democratic National Convention in Chicago. 58 days until Taylor Swift's boyfriend takes on the Baltimore Ravens in the NFL season opener. 61 days until the second presidential debate, who will be the Democratic candidate by then, and 117 days until the 2024 election. America's Kumbaya. Charity McCurdy, how are you this morning?
I am great on this Friday Eve. And, come to think of it, now that it is 7-Eleven Free Slurpee Day, it sounds like the perfect excuse for President Biden should any freeze-ups happen during his NATO presser this afternoon. Brain freeze, yeah.
I had a brain freeze at that NATO press conference.
I've had a brain freeze for the last 4 years, apparently.
When I think of a Slurpee or an Icy, one of the first things I think of is the brain freeze.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
it's inevitable.
Not
it's
a
so
fun
worth
thing.
it, though.
It is,
Delicious.
isn't it? Which one, the Slurpee or the Icy?
Slurpee.
See, I don't know if I've ever had a Slurpee. I'm an Icy guy.
See,
I'm
I
from
lived in
Texas.
Southern California for 12 years, and they only had 7-Elevens. So there was no Icy. They were all Slurpees. at the
Interesting.
time.
We would beg our parents when we go on road trips, please, 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 can we stop and have a Slurpee, please? And we'd like bust out in a song. I want a nice cold Slurpee with a straw put in, sucking up all that yummy stuff. I mean, we would get really creative to sell it hard. And it worked.
And later this morning on Wait Till You Hear This, Charity will sing
The
that
entire song,
no,
yes.
no.
National Slurpee Day. We're looking forward to that. Let's get this party started with traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy today, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm, possible highs in the low 90s. Saturday, showers early, overcast skies later in the day, highs right around 90 degrees. 74 in Alamo Heights, 74 in Leon Valley, 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 512.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker will be along with Those Were the Days in the next hour. He'll also join us in studio at 8:20. EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew directing the online video stream. Lots of people in there, including Kemper on the YouTube stream. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI, and you will find us. And Charity and Mr. T, I mean, first thing we talked about walking in the door today, all eyes on the president and that open press conference, that NATO press conference at 4:30 this afternoon. We'll see if he handles the questions well. And our good friend, and we'll talk to him at 7:20 this? When are we
7:20 this morning.
7:20. White House correspondent John Decker. But Charity, with more of the dam breaking, add George Clooney, as you've told us, to the mix. This is a big one for the president today.
It really is. And I just don't know if he will be able to deliver. I imagine his nerves will be off the charts. And I guess the question is, if he does have a major gaffe, does anything change? Because up until this point, he has remained defiant and is refusing to back out of this race, despite a growing number of Democrats. I think we're up to like 10 now that are saying he's got to go, that the Democrats have no chance in November. And now you have George Clooney, a longtime friend, a big Hollywood donor. Just 3 weeks ago, he hosted a huge fundraiser, and he wrote in this New York Times op-ed that, I love Joe Biden, but he is not the Joe Biden of 2010. And in fact, at that fundraiser, he noticed that there were problems, and he saw it again with that debate, that poor debate performance against former President Trump.
I have never been so excited to see a press conference before in my life from a president. I really haven't. I have not looked forward to watching a press conference from a president, just a normal press conference. I don't think in my entire life.
Yeah.
Like I am today.
4:30 today. And as we roll forward, we got a question for you to answer and actually to ask about the presidential press conference on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. That is coming right up. WOAI News Time is 5:15.
Okay.
Welcome in. Bert Lopez, welcome back. Actor, filmmaker, Bert Lopez, Rooster, Sam Tobias. Kemper is in here, Tommy Miller. Charity McCurdy is in here. We already know that. Woo!
Oh, I'll get it.
Oh, yeah, and I'm going to write her on, you know what that means.
Yep. Careful what you wish for.
I'm going to say that specifically.
Yeah. Okay. And we're back, everybody.
Hey, everybody.
I'm in a bad mood. You want to know why, Chris?
Why
For
is
the
that?
second Thursday in a row, somebody has turned off the coffee pot Wednesday night. So when I come in, I have to wait 30 minutes for that coffee pot to warm up before I can start to make a pot of coffee.
Yeah,
So
that ain't
that
right.
is not right, man. And there's a sign up there that says don't turn it off. But it's
Yep.
been turned off 2 Wednesday nights in a row. So second Thursday, I've come in and had to wait for that damn coffee pot to warm up. So I'm in a bad mood.
That's just not right.
I'm in a bad mood. I hate that crap. All right, I got that up. If you touch the red heart, you actually win a prize. You know, I wanted to say that, but I was afraid to say that, Rooster. Thank you, Sam. Do not touch my coffee maker. It's obviously somebody that does not drink coffee that keeps turning it off. Man, it's aggravating, Chris. Aggravating. Chris,
Yes.
stand by.
Let's.
What do you want to do before the headlines? We can talk about the Slurpees again if you want. 7-Eleven Day. Slurpee Day.
What
Free
else
sleeper.
can we say about it?
Free. Do you have a favorite? Do you go to, you know?
I haven't had one in.
I've
30
never, I don't
years.
think I've ever had one, man.
Okay.
I'm an icy guy, dude. I'm an icy loyalist. Here we go. Stand by.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together. And then we're going to ask you a question, and then you're going to ask a question regarding that presidential press conference today. But Charity, Mr. T, during the break, just won't let it go. He's an icy loyalist. He
I
is
am.
not a Slurpee guy.
What's the difference, really?
I don't think there
I
is-
don't know because
I
I've
know
never
of no
had a
difference.
Slurpee. I don't know.
I don't think there's a difference.
I don't
Maybe
think
more
there is.
flavors are offered by Slurpee. Icy seems to be maybe one or two.
Actually, let's
I see you got the little bear on the cup.
Yeah, I do like the bear.
Yeah.
I'm all about the bear.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm an icy guy.
All right.
Big time. I like them.
We need to have a blindfolded taste test to see if you know the difference.
See,
you know?
I've never actually seen. I'm thinking texture-wise, it might be different. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to stop at 7-Eleven on my way home today, get my free Slurpee, and then go across the street and get me an icy and see what the difference
It's a
is.
good idea. And video that, and we'll put it on the 1200 WOAI Instagram page.
It's the kind of stuff you need to know, right?
Looking forward to that. It's coming up. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is preparing for his high-stakes NATO presser where he hopes to prove he's mentally fit to serve another 4 years. It's another day of sweltering heat with no AC for over 1 million Houston area residents still reeling from Hurricane Beryl. And Attorney General Ken Paxton believes he's facing a second impeachment. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Well, we see some rain this weekend. We welcome in News 4 San Antonio meteorologist Jeanette Kaye. Good morning, Jeanette. Thanks, Jeanette. 72 degrees here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 522.
San Antonio's first news. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour, and he'll join us in studio at 8:20. We've been talking about it, and we've actually been talking about it all week. The press conference that will take place today at 4:30 our time. President Joe Biden in the aftermath of that NATO summit. It'll be a NATO press conference, but it'll be open. Press corps members such as White House correspondent John Decker, who joins us pretty much every day. He'll join us at 7:20 this morning. He will be there to ask a question of the president. And I think it's all the more important, Charity. You mentioned most recently George Clooney yesterday in an op-ed saying President Biden needs to step aside. Nancy Pelosi can very politely hinting at it in an interview yesterday. I mean, the dam has broken. It's been breached. It's continuing to expand. More water is flooding through that dam, and the dam is about, in my opinion, to completely collapse. And while he's a gaffe machine all the time, Charity, now I think all of these gaffes will now be further scrutinized and magnified because of what we saw in that debate.
And you wonder how many questions the president will field this afternoon about his mental acuity rather than the world issues, the world problems regarding the NATO summit. I think there's so much focus on why he continues to ignore calls from his fellow Democrats to step aside.
Yeah, I wonder that as well. And look, he's got to get questions about his performance in the debate. He's going to get questions about his health. He's going to get questions about anything, but will he refuse to answer any questions? That's another thing that could happen.
And speaking of questions, what if you could do what John Decker can do today? Ask a question of President Joe Biden. If you could ask one question of President Joe Biden at that press conference today at 4:30 in the afternoon, what would that question be? We want to hear from you. Charity McCurdy, how do people let us know?
The free iHeartRadio app. Once you get it, you'll search 1200 WOAI and you hit the red talkback button. That's the red circle. Once you push it, 30 seconds to let us know what question you would have for the president.
Man, I've got a lot of them, so there's only
you
one.
You want to give us one? What would
I want to know exactly what happened before the debate. I mean, I want to hear it from his lips. I want to hear it instead of somebody else telling me. I want to know exactly what was going on that night.
Good question. I would ask him, President Biden, the polls indicate that the American people and Democrats are concerned about your cognitive abilities. Why will you not step aside when a better option might exist in this election for your party?
All great questions. I would ask, other than the Lord Almighty, who is the one person that can convince you it's time to step aside?
Great question. I like that one a lot. All right. You've heard from us. Let's hear your one question for President Joe Biden today at that press conference. Charity McCurdy has everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. But right now, your Fox Business Report, WOAI News Time, is 5:25.
You're not seeing him on there, are you?
Wow, Tracy Bogert telling us he's blocked on this YouTube stream. Tracy, we did not do that.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, it has to be YouTube because we don't control that.
You have another Gmail or a YouTube account, Tracy?
Wow.
I don't know what's going on there. Julian Martinez said, my question is, who killed JFK? That would be the CIA.
You see Rooster?
Oh, very nice, Rooster. Very nice.
That's funny.
Tracy, if you're looking at this, that sucks. We don't do that here. Certainly not to you. You're a friend of the show.
Yeah, we don't.
And a contributor to this show.
No, we do not do that. That is not our style.
As you know, though, and I know you've got multiple
Personalities.
accounts
yeah.
personalities. You got multiple accounts on other platforms. If you got another Gmail or another way in, post that way. Hopefully it's temporary. That's the first time we've heard of something like that.
I guess they don't let you know when they block you on something. I thought they would let you know.
I guess not. And I wonder, participants. I'm going to click on participants. Yeah, that only gives me, I clicked on participants. It only gave me Julian, Rooster, Sam, and Travis. And I know there's more than that in there right now. So I was going to say, if I could see participants and unblock Tracy here, I would. Timestamps, reactions, pop out chat.
Huh. Interesting. Oh, Tracy Bogert, testing.
Oh, there you are.
You're in, brother.
There you are. Thank goodness. Is that the same account or another account,
Now
Tracy?
the show can go on.
Yes.
We were worried.
See, Tracy, Echo 5. Really, I was bullying. I didn't start.
There we go.
Okay.
It's back.
Tracy, when Donald Trump is reelected and takes office in January, any platform like YouTube that blocks a MAGA member, such as yourself, will be charged with treason and subject to a military tribunal.
Yes.
And then re-education camp in Arizona. Charity McCurdy is coming up here in maybe less than a minute.
About 2 minutes. Actually.
2 minutes, actually. Come for the chopped liver. Stay for the eye candy.
Now, is that your original account, Tracy, or did you come up with another one?
Is there a copy on this GOP landslide story?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me text her that.
Huh, that's weird, man. That's his original. He didn't do anything different.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're on your original account and you didn't have to go use another one because of some stupid blocking or banning.
I have audio on this, by the way.
Oh, good.
Forget what I got. Hang on. I got Pelosi.
She wasn't that compelling.
No, Michael Bennett.
You got, yeah, I heard the Pelosi and it was even kind of cryptic and hard to understand. Her only line was,
Yeah.
The president will decide whether or not he's going to
Hang on,
run.
let's listen to Michael. Oh, wait. Here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
.531 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the world will be watching President Biden's NATO presser this afternoon. Power restoration efforts are slow going in Houston following Hurricane Beryl. We'll have more ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, could see a stray shower, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. Well, Senate Democrats are meeting with top Biden administrators and campaign officials. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, and two senior advisors will attend a special caucus lunch, according to a Senate Democratic leadership source. A number of Senate Democrats, like Whip Dick Durbin of Illinois, have said they have concerns following the president's disappointing debate performance.
Of course I do, and I think that he's trying to address those directly by the style and the nature of his campaign. I think he's aware of the fact that what happened at that debate was disastrous.
Fox has told the meeting is for Senate Democrats to express their concerns about President Biden's candidacy rather than a meeting for officials to make the pitch to Senate Democrats. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Actor George Clooney is calling on President Biden to drop out of the race. In a New York Times op-ed, the longtime Democrat said he recently hosted a fundraiser for Biden and noted he was not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even the Joe Biden of 2020. He then referenced Biden's shaky debate performance, saying party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. He closed saying, "This is the opinion of every senator and Congress member and governor that I've spoken with in private." Meantime, NATO members are expected to take another step of support for Ukraine's eventual entry into the alliance. Here's Fox's Jared Halpern.
Several NATO leaders are using the word irreversible to characterize Ukraine's path forward in NATO, vowing to support Kyiv once conditions to join the alliance are met. Meantime, President Biden says the 32 NATO members are all taking new steps to bolster their own domestic defense production.
We cannot, in my view, we cannot allow the alliance to fall behind.
The U.S., Denmark, and the Netherlands have agreed to provide American-made F-16s to Ukraine that could be flying this summer. President Biden meets with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later today before a highly anticipated news conference. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden will sit down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with NBC News anchor Lester Holt in Austin next Monday. The interview will air at 8 o'clock that night. The interview will follow Biden's visit to the LBJ Presidential Library on Monday to honor the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Well, over 1 million customers are still without power in Texas days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. This comes as many are without air conditioning as the region deals with a dangerous heat wave, with the heat index reaching 106 today. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says Houston hospitals were backed up because of the power outages.
The hospitals were backed up because they weren't able to discharge many patients to homes that didn't have power. So that backed up the whole system. In fact, we had a police officer who was shot in the leg, and when the mayor went down to see him the next day, he still didn't have a room.
Officials at the NRG Stadium are offering housing for some hospital patients to free up hospital space for new patients. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton could face another round of impeachment.
Paxton issued a statement last night saying the House Ethics Committee is planning to recommend another impeachment for him, according to the Texas Tribune. While providing no evidence for his claim, Paxton said, quote, "Their bitter obsession with taking me down knows no bounds, and it will stop at nothing to remove me from office," unquote. That same committee, chaired by Junction Republican Andrew Murr, indicted Paxton on 20 counts last spree, but Paxton was acquitted of 16, while 4 were dismissed. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the company that has been selling Texas death row execution drugs is under fire for a checkered history. The right-of-way chain in San Antonio has a history of selling pills, including fentanyl, without a prescription.
No reputable pharmacy will compound execution drugs, so it's not surprising that the state has turned to a dodgy supplier.
Estelle Hebron-Jones of the Texas Defender Service says the state needs to distance itself from the chain. Even the DEA wanted to shut down right away, but under a deal, the owners paid a $250,000 fine to stay in business. There are currently 5 prisoners on Texas death row with execution dates. And SpaceX has taken another step toward launching its next Starship mission. The company shared images of its Super Heavy booster being moved to the launch pad at Boca Chica Beach. A video also showed the booster moving past the nearly complete Star Factory, a manufacturing facility that will increase the number of Starships for future use. SpaceX CEO Elon Musk said last week that the next Starship mission could launch in early August. It is 5:37 now with breaking crime news from around the country. Here's Nancy Grace. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, to check of your money and the world of business, we say good morning to Ed Corey live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. She's Charity McCurdy. He's Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days in the next hour. He'll also join us in studio at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell. Coming up, we will play Flashback. We'll go back in time, try to figure out what year we land in. And coming up this half hour, if you could ask a question of President Joe Biden at that momentous press conference later this afternoon, what would your one question be on the Talkback feature of the free iHeart Radio app? Well, the dam is bursting further. Charity talking about George Clooney, big-time Democratic fundraiser, asking for President Joe Biden to step aside in an op-ed piece. And even Senator Richard Blumenthal of Connecticut airing his concerns.
I am deeply concerned about Joe Biden winning this November. We have to reach a conclusion as soon as possible.
And the term landslide, Charity, among some Democrats even being used. Democrats predicting a Trump landslide victory that would therefore affect down ballot races in the Democratic Party.
Yeah, and Democrats are saying at this rate, they could lose both the Senate and the House in November, and it would just be a complete landslide victory for the Republicans, led by former President Trump. And I think we're up to 10 Democrats now that have come forward and called for Biden to withdraw from the race. And you wonder if a majority of Democrats are trying to play both sides here. They're not being vocal to the media about their opposition to Biden, but behind closed doors, they're expressing their concern. But in the event that Biden stays in this race and by some luck of the draw ends up winning, they can say, see, I had your, I had showed support for you, President Biden, all along. So you wonder how many are being really honest with themselves and their fellow Democrats about their feelings.
That's a great point. I wonder how many are being honest. And we just heard Senator Blumenthal saying it needs to be done as soon as possible. They're running out of time. They are running out of time because doesn't he have to get this done if the president is going to drop out of this race? Doesn't it have to be done before the Ohio ballots are printed? Or
you've got to get the name of the new candidate on the ballot that is printed in time. So there are deadlines per state on that.
So they need to get moving on this if they are indeed going to do this, because right now the Democratic Party is looking pretty weak because they're all torn up.
Yeah, and I think one of the big problems for Joe Biden is the polling suggests that even Kamala Harris would do better in a head-to-head matchup against Donald Trump, but other candidates in the Democratic Party as well. And Democrats themselves are concerned about the age and the cognitive abilities of President Joe Biden.
And now you have Hollywood kind of coming out against Joe Biden. And without that Hollywood big money, I don't know how he continues. It wasn't just George Clooney. I think even actor Michael Douglas was on The View and expressed his concerns with the president's mental fitness.
Yeah, he was on The View and nobody saw it, but he did. He did say that.
Shots fired. Taking shots. Well, they speak very highly of you.
I know they do, but I just don't like them at all, man. I'm sorry.
All right, fair enough. Coming up, we will go back in time. We'll play Flashback, try to see what year we land in. And then we will hear from you. Huge, momentous, perhaps a game-changing press conference today from President Joe Biden in the aftermath of that NATO summit. What one question, if you could ask a question today of the president, what would it be? We'll play your talkbacks coming right up. WOAI News Time, 5:45. I don't know, the more I see Maggie and Jessica, Sarah Forgani could have a role in the band Choplifter. The more I look at her now, and I'm like, really?
Wow.
Can you give me, I'm going to say hello to The Rock.
You're on, dude.
Oh, I am on.
You've been on.
Last time I looked, I didn't see it. Steve DeRocco, what is up? The Rock. See, today is the 11th, 6 days away from The Rock's birthday.
Right on.
Woo! So, Rock, are you still observing dry July. Today is my 4th day. Chris Duell held hostage. I stopped drinking Sunday night. Going to go on an extended little dry July run. Trying to eat better. See, and when I drink, it's like, give me pizza, give me enchiladas.
Well, it works better that way.
Yeah,
Chris.
yeah.
I mean,
Everything
come on.
tastes.
Everything.
I eat more, and I eat everything that is loaded with carbs and fattening.
Isn't it strange how that works? Because, beer's got a lot of carbs in it. You think you would get your carb overload, but then you want more carbs.
Yeah.
Because carbs get lonely when they're by themselves, I think. I think they need more carbs with them.
That's true.
Nothing worse than a lonely carb.
Good morning, Kay. Welcome in. Thank God Tracy Bogart is free. Free Tracy Bogart YouTube, and you did.
I didn't even get time to print up the T-shirts,
I know,
Chris.
tomorrow we're going to wear free Tracy Bogart T-shirts in here. Yeah, Tracy, you had told me your wife was in the hospital for 8 days. I'm glad she's home. I hope she's feeling better. God, a hospital stay is just, and Mr. T knows.
It's awful.
It is not.
It's awful.
A delightful place. And what scares me, there's so many freaking germs and viruses in a hospital. The longer you stay there.
Everybody that goes there is sick, Chris.
Yeah. The longer you stay there, the higher the probability you're going to catch something.
Yeah.
Wow, Tracy, I'm going to have to go a long way to catch up with you. 35 years this November. Alcohol and drug free.
Wow.
For now, that's a high bar, Tracy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm giving up alcohol, but
come on, let's not get crazy, man.
You're asking me. I'm a big fan of Breaking Bad. Do I have to give up crack? Do I have to give up crystal meth? Come on, one vice at a time.
That's another one of our singles. One vice at
One
a time.
vice at a time, and we also cover Baby Blue. By,
yes, we do.
By Badfinger.
Yes. Because we're big Badfinger fans.
We love Badfinger.
We use Badfingers a lot.
We do.
Yes.
Chopped liver. We're working on our big tour.
Stand by.
It is time to go back in time, but what year will we land in? See if you can figure it out. We'll try to figure it out. Let's play flashback. That didn't go well.
No.
Oh my God.
Ooh.
Yes, that is the jam.
Ooh.
All right, Charity, you were fired up by heart. You got to know this one. 87, 88, or 89?
87?
I think she is correct. I think it was 87 when Lost Boys came out.
I am not going to contradict Charity McCurdy when it comes to heart. Let's go with 1987. Boom!
Yes. See, I thought it was actually 86, but since 86 wasn't a choice, it had to be 87.
Very good. Charity got it. Charity, what are you following?
Well, President Biden today holds a high-stakes NATO presser. Over 1 million Houston residents are still dealing with the blistering heat with no AC, and City Councilman Mark White has officially been charged with DWI. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today. Highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, clouds, stray shower, thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. It is 73 degrees in Shirts, 74 at City Base, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 5:51.
San Antonio's first news. We have asked you. It's going to be a big press conference today. All eyes on President Joe Biden as he not going to be a teleprompter to read when he's asked questions of the White House press corps, including our very good friend, White House correspondent John Decker. By the way, he's going to join us at 7:20. So, Charity, we have asked the question of our listeners. If you had one question that you could ask the president today at that press conference, what would it be? How can people let us know what their question would be?
The free iHeartRadio app. You search 1200 WOAI, hit the red talkback button, 30 seconds to let us know the one question for President Biden.
Yep, and here is CJ.
Good morning, this is CJ. So if I were to ask Joe Biden a question, it would be a follow-up question for Peter Doocy. And it would be, so who is the real stupid SOB now? Trump 2024, baby. Let's go.
And of course, political types will remember that Joe Biden on mic was calling Peter Doocy a stupid SOB, caught on mic. So that would be kind of interesting. Charity McCurdy.
Yeah. And, I think one of our listeners on the live stream, YouTube live stream, pointed out, Travis, that he thinks that they will prevent reporters from asking specific questions about President Biden's mental fitness, that they may want to filter it down to just, NATO summit specific content. But I don't know if they can do that.
Yeah, I think once somebody gets the mic.
Yeah, I don't think they can do that at all.
Going to be,
that would be a bad look as well.
It will be absolute must-see
Because
TV.
if there's not a question about his mental acuity or his health, then we know they're not allowing those questions, because that's what reporters are waiting to ask, because that's the question.
And it feels more speculation that the people around the president are trying to insulate him and protect him from potential backlash.
But that is a great question at 7:20 for White House correspondent John Decker, who will be there at that press conference and quite possibly asking a question of the president. Can they filter out those questions? Is it even possible? So we'll ask him that. When I'm out and about, just enjoying myself across the great state of Texas, I often ask myself, what if I need ammo? What if I need ammo? There's not a gun shop or a gun show or just a good place to get ammo, and I need it right now. I need my ammo and I need it right now. Wouldn't it be nice if there were just an easy way to get your ammo?
Like what, Chris? Like a vending machine?
That would be a great idea.
Well, guess what?
Ammo vending machine.
They are here.
Wow!
They are here. There's one in Texas.
Praise the Lord.
There's Alabama, Oklahoma, and Texas. The one in Texas is right here by Canyon Lake at a place called Lowe's Market.
Lowe's, so not inside the Lowe's.
No, it's a
store.
Lowe's Market. It's a grocery store. Lowe's Market.
Get my groceries and my ammo. I like it.
But it's not going to be as simple as putting in your credit card and the machine dispensing your hollow points. It's going to be, you have to do a identification scanner with facial recognition software. So I guess there is that. But I mean, my question that really jumps out is that front panel, is that bulletproof glass? I mean, it's worth asking. So
I hope it is. I hope if kids are shooting fireworks around Canyon Lake around the 4th of July, that everything's going to be. I have a feeling this is, especially in Texas, where we love our guns and we love our ammo. I think we're going to start seeing more ammo vending machines. I think this is the first of many. And then, is it a stretch to go, if there's an ammo vending machine, is it a stretch to maybe someday, soon, have a vending machine for firearms? Get some pistols, some handguns, or maybe even bigger firearms if the technology is created?
Well, according to the people that have put this thing together and have created it, they say it's more secure than online ammo purchases because they do a better job of verifying your age. But I'm one of these people. I'm a gun owner, and I know when I'm getting low on ammo, it's not going to just sneak up on me where I go, gosh, I wish there was a place I could go get it done fast.
Plan ahead, though? What if you're just driving near Canyon Lake, you get into a gunfight, and you need more ammo? I mean, it's unlikely, but conceivable.
Hold on, let me run to the store real quick and put my credit card in, let the facial rec get, and then I'll come back and finish the gunfight here.
But it scans your driver's license,
know.
and then it does the facial recognition to make sure your face matches what's on that driver's license you provided. But yeah, I mean, it's on a certain level concerning, but I want to know the prices. Are they charging a convenience fee?
Of course they are. They have to. Or
I hope they're not the ticket master of ammo.
Well, let me ask you this, though. When we were younger and you wanted to buy alcohol and you didn't have a fake ID, what did you do? You hung out in front of the store and found somebody that would go in and buy it for you.
Absolutely.
So there's that.
Of course, I had a fake ID at age 15,
Well,
so I didn't
true.
have to find somebody to buy it for me.
But,
drinking age was 18, and
Yes,
I had a
I
fake
was-
ID.
I
Said
remember
was
those
15.
days.
I looked about 13 when I was 15. Get out of here, kid. I would whip out that fake ID.
Oh,
Are
yes,
you
sir,
kidding
Mr.
me?
Papa Giorgio.
Yes. Very nice. Lots more coming up. If you need your ammo, head on up to Canyon Lake. Hopefully you can get in that. When does that mart open this morning?
I don't know. We'll look at
Okay,
it. We'll get our crack research staff on that.
We'll check that out. Coming
It's
right
at the
up.
Lowe's Market on Sattler Road in Canyon Lake.
Okay,
just
if you
in case
need
were
ammo
looking,
right
yes.
now, they can take care of you with that ammo vending machine. Charity with everything you need to know at the top of the hour. WOAI time 5:58.
Six o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, calls grow louder for President Biden to step aside, and over 1 million are still without power in the Houston area following Hurricane Beryl. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a stray shower or storm possible, a high in the low 90s. More showers possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, we're at 72 degrees. Some of Hollywood's elite are joining a swath of lawmakers in calling for President Biden to bow out of the race. Fox's Kevin Cork has more on Decision 2024.
A lot of money flows from Hollywood right into campaign coffers. So when you lost them, well, the clock is ticking. And George Clooney is saying it's time for Biden to hang it up. Quote, I love Joe Biden, but we need a new nominee. Michael Douglas concurs, saying Clooney ditching Biden is, quote, valid at this point. And amazingly, Clooney took it a step farther, calling out the Democrat Party leadership for gaslighting the American people about Biden following his disastrous debate performance. Quote, was he tired? Yes. Cold? Maybe. But our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw.
Speaking to Fox's Hannity, Republican South Carolina Senator Tim Scott says Democrats are in panic mode for one reason.
Democrats are in absolute full panic mode, not because the president of the United States is unable to perform his duties as the commander-in-chief and the leader of the free world. They're in panic mode, Sean, because their poll numbers are dropping like a lead balloon.
Despite the backlash, the president is firm in his aim for a second term. And President Biden, meantime, is hosting his first press conference since last month's debate with Trump. Biden will speak with the media at 4:30 this afternoon. It is the first time he's taken questions solo since November of last year. The press briefing will be at the Washington Convention Center, where Biden spent his third day at the NATO summit. Well, CenterPoint Energy officials are speaking out about their efforts to restore power to Houston customers days after Hurricane Beryl's wrath.
We've never had this many customers out from a storm before. 2.26 million customers out at the height of the storm.
CenterPoint Energy Executive Vice President Jason Ryan tells 2 News that nearly 12,000 crew members from across the country are working 16-hour days to restore power. Ryan says transmission lines and substations are okay from the storm, but the distribution system, not so much.
It is the poles and the wires that go from the substations to your home or business. That's the distribution system.
Ryan says he's among those hoping to have power restored to his home by the end of today. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
San Antonio City Councilman Mark White is now formally charged with DWI. The San Antonio police stopped the District 10 councilman on December 29th for speeding and not signaling a lane change. They arrested him after administering several field sobriety tests. White was suspended in January from his committee assignments, which were reinstated in April. His first court appearance was in May, and the Bexar County DA's office announced yesterday that he'd been officially charged. The company behind a controversial vending machine that sells bullets is defending their device, which popped up this week at a Canyon Lake grocery store.
We are big supporters of responsible gun ownership, and our machines really create a safer and more secure environment for the sale of ammunition.
Grant Majors heads the company called American Rounds. He pushed back on suggestions that the automated ammo dispenser is not safe. The machine checks IDs with a built-in facial scanner. In addition to the store in Canyon Lake, they also have machines in Alabama and Oklahoma. Well, rescue teams say they pulled 54 people from the Rio Grande late Tuesday night near El Paso. Crews from Texas and New Mexico worked with the Border Patrol to rescue the migrants, some of whom were suffering from hypothermia. Fire officials said smugglers had told the migrants to hide in the water, and some had been there for up to 4 hours. Well, friends and family are saying goodbye to Texas icon Kinky Friedman.
The singer, author, and one-time candidate for governor, Kinky Friedman, will be laid to rest today. Those who knew him best say he was one of a kind. Laura Hoke was Kinky's spokesman during an ill-fated dip into politics.
You walk into an event at a restaurant, most politicians are going to pump fists with the owners, and Kinky would do that. But then he would stick around and he'd hang out and have a cigarette in the back with the busboys.
A memorial will be held this afternoon at the Arcadia Theater in Kerrville, but Friedman will live on. He finished one final album before dying of complications from Parkinson's. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
If you're looking for a way to beat the heat of sweltering temperatures continue to punish much of the nation, you can stop by any 7-Eleven today for a free Slurpee. National Slurpee Day is held every year on the 11th of July, and there's no purchase necessary. It is 6:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Tracy Bogert, Rooster. I think Kemper has left us. M1A1. Echo 5. Travis. Julian is out of here.
What?
Julian had to move on.
Hey, so, work should never get in the way of listening to the show.
Exactly.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's, if you need us
Kay
to write
is
a
in
note
here.
to your boss, we'll do it.
Kay says, I think today's press conference is going to be a complete Shiite show.
This could be this could be it.
Well, what they're probably going to do is cut off the questions relatively quickly.
He doesn't have time. Sorry.
But even that, though, that would
That's
then
a bad
become
look.
the story.
That's a bad
It's
look.
going to be, you know what? That was BS.
If he wants to prove that he's okay, he needs to stand out there and take every question he possibly can.
Tracy Bogert says a Republican commissioner arrested a few years back for DWI breaks almost every requirement of probation and still gets off with no reprimands. Tracy, it's because he's a Republican.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Has to be.
Republicans stand for personal responsibility, and he is now taking personal responsibility for his probation. Doesn't need a probation officer.
No.
Doesn't need the man oppressing him.
He does not. And maybe he's just got a really good attorney. You never know.
Maybe Nico LaHood is his attorney, and there are suspenders involved.
What? You got a suspended sentence?
A suspender sentence. Nico LaHood, baby. Tracy, I could care less about today's press conference. He has my vote regardless, just like
Stand by.
34. Okay. That prosecution was political, Tracy. You know that. Andrew Cuomo admits that. San Antonio's first news on 7/11, July 11th, 2024. Lots to talk about as we anticipate a huge press conference this afternoon, 4:30 in the Central Time Zone, from President Joe Biden in the aftermath of that NATO summit. It is an open press conference, the White House press corps, including John Decker, who joins us pretty much every day unless he's on assignment or vacation. He'll join us today at 7:20 a.m. He'll be one of the reporters there ready to ask questions of the president. We'll talk more about that coming up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny today. Highs in low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible. Highs in the low 90s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the low 90s. 74 degrees in Terrell Hills, 74 in Monte Vista, and 72 here in Stone Oak. WOEI News Time, 610.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T, Tim Merriman. She's Charity McCurdy. Charlie Parker with Those Were the Days at 6:48. He will be in studio at 8:20. You get a double dose of Charlie this morning. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew Zimmel, not only the toast of Austin Sports Talk Radio, but he's also the director of our live video stream on YouTube. Go to 1200 WOAI on YouTube. One of the features, of course, is the live video chat. You can chat with us and other viewers live and in real time, and the conversation often gets very, very lively. Some things to look for, Charity. Mr. T and I were just talking about this press conference that President Joe Biden is going to have this afternoon, and you brought up, would they try to deflect questions about the president's fitness to serve and cognitive abilities. And the other thing that I brought up to T a moment ago off the air was, what if they try to cut this press conference short? If they do, I think that becomes a big part of the story. I mean, we know, and the press corps knows, if that was a ridiculous 7-minute press conference or whatever, and the press corps didn't get a fair chance to ask him questions, then that becomes the story.
Most definitely. It's just going to be a wait and see type of thing. I think we need to find out from John Decker the format of this NATO presser, what we can expect specifically. But this is going to be the opportunity for the president to prove that that June 27th debate was just one bad night. I mean, many are going to be watching to see if he is able to stay on point, complete a thought or sentence. And you just wonder if he indeed is able to exceed expectations this afternoon, if that really ends up changing anything, because we know if he doesn't do well, oh my goodness, you're going to have even more Democrats who have remained silent so far come forward and say Biden's got to go.
That's a good point too. And look, if it's one bad night that he had at the debate, do you really want a president that's going to have a bad night like that? What if something goes on that night that has to be taken care of? I know he's got cabinet members and know he's got people around him, but that's not a good look to have a bad night and come out in public and say this.
Well, and to your point, Mr. T, we elect a commander-in-chief.
Thank you.
We live in a world that has nuclear weapons, that is very volatile. We have a lot of enemies. We have a lot of terrorists who would like to do harm on America. And Charity, as Mr. T said, there's a lot of other cabinet members. There would be the Joint Chiefs of Staff, but you don't elect a president to say, hey, other cabinet members or Joint Chiefs of Staff, be sure to make the hard decisions instantaneously, perhaps, if there's a national or perhaps even an existential crisis. You want to elect a president who you trust to make those decisions.
And that trust has eroded along his party lines. Both Democrats and Republicans have been saying, we have been sounding the alarm for months now that there was a problem with the president's mental fitness. And they blame the media for largely ignoring it, or the fact that the president has been insulated. His aides have been protecting him, cutting press conferences short. But it's amazing to me that the president's last solo press conference was in November of last year.
Unacceptable.
So he's got to dust himself off for this afternoon.
That would be a great question to be asked of him. Why don't you do press conferences? What's the deal? Why do you not do them? I mean, every other president comes out and does press conferences, and the American people know what's going on, but you don't. Why?
And will you be starring in Weekend at Bernie's too? I mean, it's like Weekend at Bernie. You're trying to prop this guy up. That again, you're the leader of our country. You're the commander-in-chief. You've got to give more press conferences than last November, and once or twice a year. I find that unacceptable. Coming up, more of your talkbacks. What question would you ask the president today? And we are going to expand the talkback question into another arena as well, based upon that ammo vending machine in the Canyon Lake area. We'll tell you what that question is coming up as well. WOAI News Time is 6:15.
Look at all the dead fish, man. And they're out there swimming in the dead fish.
Do we know?
No.
High temperatures kill fish in lake.
Can't tell. It does not look local.
No, it does not. Dr. Gomez, welcome in.
Because our fish here are used to the heat, Chris. They're used to it.
Yes, that's true.
All right, so now we got 3. Hang on, let me make sure. Stephen from Lytle.
Stephen from Lytle is in here. Doesn't his European vacation
3 days,
tomorrow?
2 days today, 2 days.
Barry Davis.
What were the names of your parents, your siblings, your spouse, and your children? And what did you have for lunch today? That would be very interesting to see how that's. Is that Stephen from Lytle? That is Stephen from Lytle. All right, so we got 3 we can get through the segment with, and then we can add the vending machine question.
Okay.
Really good history book title. One Bad Night, the end of the Biden administration.
Wow.
And Weekend at Biden.
Ooh, I like that. Weekend at Biden's.
You guys came up with that last segment. I just picked,
I like that.
Weekend at Biden's is a funny. It's a funny.
I like Weekend at Biden's. We should come up with a poster. That would be great.
Yes.
And actually, him standing at the podium in the debate with sunglasses on,
Yeah.
you know, with that look on his face.
Kamala and
And I believe there was already a Weekend at Bernie's too.
oh, was there?
I think so.
Yeah,
I don't think I ever saw
I
it.
didn't see it either.
Because, you know, I have this thing about sequels.
They're
I
usually
try to
not
stay
good.
away from them because they're usually
I remember
bad.
when, because I loved Caddyshack so much.
Oh, it was
I remember
so
when
bad.
Caddyshack 2 came.
It was
like
so bad.
Caddyshack 2.
It was so
It
bad.
was horrible.
What was that guy? Jackie Mason.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
Oh.
so bad.
And I think the story was they had Rodney Dangerfield
Right.
at first, and then he pulled out of the project.
Right, so they
they
got
thought
Jackie
oh
Mason.
my God.
Yeah, it was not a good look at all. It was not a good
It was
movie. I'm
awful.
sorry. It was horrible. It was horrible, horrible. Really, really bad idea. Really bad idea. I mean,
Do you want to pimp bonus bucks here?
sure.
Okay. I mean, do we have time?
Yeah.
Does it make sense? Okay.
No,
How many talkbacks?
we got 3. No, we don't have time here. Just throw it to her.
We do not. Okay.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
because we're already late.
Okay.
We got
I'm
these.
shocked. We're late.
I know.
We're short on time. That's impossible.
There we go. Suspect in the British crossbow killings
My
arrested.
God.
They can catch a guy with a crossbow, but they can't find the 2 people that
Yeah.
shot the Sonic guy. Come on.
And that was Sunday night.
Yeah.
This is Thursday morning.
And that
They're still-
happened
and
yesterday.
We've got their photos and
Yeah.
video.
Yeah.
And they're still
they
at
know
large.
who they are.
Yeah.
Weekend at Biden's. I love it. Perfect. I love little baby ducks. Oh, 4.
Woo!
Hang on, let's see what this one is.
Woo!
Okay. Okay. He doesn't have a question, but it's a good one. So
Okay.
there's 4. And this guy's Mitchell.
Four
He is a California transplant. So you see where that's going, don't you?
I'm not a California transplant, but I'm a Texas transplant to California for 12 years.
Correct.
Who came back to Texas. So in a weird way, I can relate to Mitchell.
Okay. What's going on here? Hamster bandit. Oh, somebody's stealing hamsters.
Wiener dog races.
Yeah, my dog wouldn't do it. I tried.
Jacob, welcome in.
Wait, I'll get it.
Wow, Weekend at Biden's on YouTube. There's from 3 years ago.
Really?
Okay, yeah. Did I tell you we had that idea first, Jacob? Only they
Yeah.
did it 3 years ago.
Yeah. We came up with it first this morning, and
Yeah.
then they did it 3 years ago. They had a time machine, obviously.
I think in
They had a DeLorean.
Night Shift, Michael Keaton, one of his lines. Did I tell you I had that idea first? Only they already had it.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul Morales is back from the coast. Do not agitate Paul Morales
All right,
in the
now we have-
HEB checkout line.
Now we have 5. And stand by, Chris.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we're going to hear from you on the Talkback feature. What would you ask President Joe Biden today in that huge press conference this afternoon? Oh, and we've got a ammo vending machine question as well we're going to throw into the mix. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is hosting his first press conference since last month's debate with Donald Trump as calls grow louder for him to end his re-election bid. Utility crews in Houston are working 16-hour shifts to get the lights and AC back on in the Houston area. And another weekend of TxDOT road closures are on tap this weekend for the city's northwest side. We'll have the latest coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 74 degrees at City Base, 74 at Westover Hills, and 72 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 622.
San Antonio's first news, Charlie Parker coming up at 648 with Those Were the Days. We're less than an hour away from White House correspondent John Decker, who will be there with the White House press corps asking questions of President Joe Biden this afternoon. That'll be at 4:30 in our central time zone. We'll see how the president performs asking questions he won't be able to read the answer off a teleprompter for, but we're asking you on the talkback feature of the free iHeartRadio app, if you could ask a question of the president today, what would it be? Mr. T, what do we got?
Well, right now we got, of course, our good friend.
Good morning and happy Thursday. I'm thinking maybe it's gone a little too far past asking Biden any policy questions. How about just saying, Mr. President, if you're being held against your will, just blink twice. Now, I know it might take him a few minutes to blink twice, but surely he'd rather be home eating some ice cream, binging some Netflix, laying out in the sun. Have a great Thursday.
Kimber delivers once again. That was top notch.
Oh, man.
Wow.
All right, here's Tony.
Yeah, this is Tony from San Antonio. My one question would be, Mr. President, how selfish can you be to insist that you remain on the ticket instead of looking after the what is best for this country? Your ego has to go.
Wow. Well put. Well put,
Wow.
Tony.
Isn't it amazing that one thing that seems to be uniting Republicans and Democrats is the fact that they want Biden to go?
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I mean,
hey, we have
what a
common
concept.
ground.
Yeah, common ground, actually. All right, let's go to our favorite school teacher.
Hey guys, Stephen from Lytle. I would ask the president, Mr. President, what were the names of your parents, your siblings, your spouse, and your children? And what did you have for lunch today? I think that would be very interesting to see how he responded, how quickly, how he did with that question. 2 days to Europe. Y'all have a great day.
Coming up next week, where in the world is Stephen from Lytle? Our
Now,
special
it's going to be
feature.
interesting to see because he wants to send some talkbacks from over there and he wants to do them at any time. So, yeah,
Yes.
it's going to be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, send them at any time, Stephen, because
Yeah,
you
we'll
may
go
be
find 'em.
asleep when we're
Yeah.
awake and vice versa. All right, so before we go to charity and the news at the bottom, the ammo vending machine in Canyon Lake, what else needs a vending machine?
Ooh.
I remember going to clubs as a young man in my 20s, and there would be, how can I put this nicely?
Prophylactic.
Prophylactics, yes. That's a nicer way to say them.
Yes.
I've seen aspirin. I've seen Alka-Seltzer in a vending machine.
See, and with this facial recognition and age verification, how about just a nice cold beer vending machine? Come
ice
on.
cold. So you can still ask the president a question on Talkback, but also now that we have ammo vending machines near Canyon Lake, what else do we need vending machines for? What else should be in vending machines? We want to hear from you.
Salsa.
Oh,
and chips. Might as well have
if
chips
you're
and
gonna go
salsa.
chips and I do agree. How about breakfast tacos wrapped in the tin foil, piping hot, Charity?
I'm surprised he didn't just start out the gate with ice cream, ice cream vending machines.
I remember they used to have those when I was a kid.
Ice cream vending
Yes,
machine?
you could get like ice cream sandwiches and popsicles.
Oh, I do remember the ice cream
I'm talking
sandwiches.
pints.
Okay, now I'm in.
Okay.
I'm in. Charity, how about ice cream vending machines?
I like it. I like it.
Ben and Jerry's vending machines.
I like it.
I'm
Very
in.
cool. And then I'm sure some Cheech and Chong merchandise would be available. Not in Texas, Colorado, and Oregon. All right, Charity's got everything you need to know at the bottom of the hour. Charlie with Those Were the Days at 6:48. WOAI News Time, 6:26.
And we're back.
That was funny.
That was funny.
Funny. Yeah, Travis was stationed at
Edwards
Air Force Base. My God, you just think of all the history. Chuck
Underwear
Yeager,
vending machine. Okay.
Chuck Yeager, Neil Armstrong as a test pilot out there, so many others. shuttle landings.
Oh, wow. They had beer vending machines in Australia, underwear vending machines
Nice.
in Japan. Wow.
But Jacob, were there edible underwear vending machines in Japan? I don't know. Yeah, virtually every Air Force aircraft in our lifetime and earlier than our lifetime was tested by test pilots at Edwards Air Force Base.
Now, I had a friend, I still have a friend. He lives in Round Rock now. I've known him since I was 6 months old. He used to work here in San Antonio, a place called American Light, where they did lighting fixtures and all that stuff. And their soda machine had beer in it.
Beautiful.
And you could actually, and they rigged it up to where you didn't need to put money in it on Friday afternoons.
Just
that
boom,
would be there.
press the button
You
and
press
there it was.
you had the 3 over here where the beers, and you press them and a beer
Now,
would
when
come
it
out.
came dropping down, did it
Nope.
foam up
Nope.
and fizz?
Sure did.
Okay,
Just like a
okay.
soda didn't.
But were
You
they
know?
ice cold?
Ice cold, baby. They
I
were
need ice
great,
cold
man.
beer.
They were great. I used to drop
Good
by.
morning, Julie.
I used to drop by there every now and then on Fridays just to get a beer out of the vending machine because I loved it.
That is
It was a
outstanding.
great idea.
Charity McCurdy coming up at the bottom of the hour.
In 2 minutes and 25 seconds,
In
everybody.
2 minutes and 20.
Hi, Julie. Hi, Kay. Hi, Echo. Hi, Jacob. Hey, SWAT Cats. Travis.
Yeah, there was somebody here earlier, and I'm on a MacBook Air, and I can't scroll up for some crazy reason.
Was it 1,000 Wolves?
Yeah, 1,000 Wolves, I think. A new name I had not seen in the
1,000
chat
Wolves.
before. So 1,000 Wolves, if you're still here, welcome in. Anybody who's in here. I know not everybody chats, and that's okay. We welcome you in if you're joining us. Thanks for hanging out with us a little bit this morning.
No, I can't. Oh, there he is. 1,000 Wolves.
1,000 Wolves.
Dwayne Rock Johnson for president in 2025.
Not bad.
Okay.
Now, he's not the original Rock, 1,000 Wolves. Steve DiRocco is the original Rock, and his birthday is a week from today.
Now, can we just call you Grande Wolf? Grand
not bad.
Grand
Grande
Wolf.
Wolf.
Grand Wolf.
Grand Wolf. Look at Las Vegas temperatures thus far.
I know, but it's a dry heat, Chris.
Yeah, exactly. It's
like
Vegas.
like an oven. An oven's dry heat.
All-time Vegas heat
Yeah,
records.
I know.
Since records were kept beginning in 1937 in Vegas. Wow.
Yep. Look at all the tornadoes. There's some in Texas. It'd be the Texas tornadoes.
Ooh. Same machine at Okinawa, says Echo 5, the one that had the underwear. You know what? You never know when you need new underwear, especially during an ayahuasca ceremony. I'm just saying. Aaron Rodgers tells me if you do an ayahuasca ceremony, you may want to bring some extra underwear. I don't know what goes on in those ayahuasca ceremonies.
30 seconds till what everybody came to see will be on your screen.
And if you want to do ayahuasca during the show,
Please,
feel free.
please.
4 out of 5 dentists surveyed
Please
recommend
do.
doing ayahuasca
We encourage
during
it.
this show.
We encourage it because we do it during the
Yes.
show all
and
the
I know a
time.
shaman from Colombia who can hook you up.
All right, here comes Charity, everybody.
.30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the world will be watching President Biden's NATO presser this afternoon, and power restoration efforts are slow going in Houston following Hurricane Beryl. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday. Partly cloudy, could see a stray shower, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, we're at 72 degrees. Well, Senate Democrats are meeting with top Biden administrators and campaign officials. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, and two senior advisors will attend a special caucus lunch, according to a Senate Democratic leadership source. A number of Senate Democrats, like Whip Dick Durbin of Illinois, have said they have concerns following the president's disappointing debate performance.
Of course I do, and I think that he's trying to address those directly by the style and the nature of his campaign. I think he's aware of the fact that what happened at that debate was disastrous.
Fox has told the meeting is for Senate Democrats to express their concerns about President Biden's candidacy rather than a meeting for officials to make the pitch to Senate Democrats. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Actor George Clooney is calling on President Biden to drop out of the race. In a New York Times op-ed, the longtime Democrat said he recently hosted a fundraiser for Biden and noted he was not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even the Joe Biden of 2020. He then referenced Biden's shaky debate performance, saying party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. Well, NATO members are expected to take another step of support for Ukraine's eventual entry into the alliance.
Several NATO leaders are using the word irreversible to characterize Ukraine's path forward in NATO, vowing to support Kyiv once conditions to join the alliance are met. Meantime, President Biden says the 32 NATO members are all taking new steps to bolster their own domestic defense production.
We cannot, in my view, we cannot allow the alliance to fall behind.
The U.S., Denmark, and the Netherlands have agreed to provide American-made F-16s to Ukraine that could be flying this summer. President Biden meets with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later today before a highly anticipated news conference. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And President Biden will sit down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with NBC News anchor Lester Holt in Austin on Monday. The interview will air at 8 p.m. The interview will follow Biden's visit to the LBJ Presidential Library to honor the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Well, about 1.3 million customers are still without power in portions of Texas 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says officials are working to get power restored for those people as soon as possible.
When you don't have power, when it's pitch black at night, when it's hot as Hades during the day, you don't have access to food that you normally had. It's a miserable situation. And you need to know that we care about that.
CenterPoint customers are among those without electricity who must also face no air conditioning in the midst of a dangerous heat wave this week. CenterPoint Energy says it is restoring power as quickly as possible. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he could face another round of impeachment.
Paxton issued a statement last night saying the House Ethics Committee is planning to recommend another impeachment for him, according to the Texas Tribune. While providing no evidence for his claim, Paxton said, quote, "Their bitter obsession with taking me down knows no bounds, and it will stop at nothing to remove me from office," unquote. That same committee, chaired by Junction Republican Andrew Murr, indicted Paxton on 20 counts last spring, but Paxton was acquitted of 16, while 4 were dismissed. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the company that has been selling Texas death row execution drug is under fire for a checkered history. The Right Away chain in San Antonio has a history of selling pills, including fentanyl, without a prescription.
No reputable pharmacy will compound execution drugs, so it's not surprising that the state has turned to a dodgy supplier.
Estelle Hebron Jones with the Texas Defender Service says the state needs to distance itself from the chain. Even the DEA wanted to shut down Right Away, but under a deal, the owners paid a $250,000 fine to stay in business. There are currently 5 prisoners on Texas death row with execution dates. Well, TxDOT is warning of more weekend traffic headaches on the northwest side, with plans to close Loop 1604 westbound from Lock Hill Selma Road to I-10 as part of the Loop 1604 North Expansion Project. The eastbound feeder of Loop 1604 will also be closed at the interchange, along with the eastbound exit ramp to I-10. The closures are scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Friday and continue until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. Well, 2 NASA astronauts are still at the International Space Station, even though they were supposed to be back on Earth weeks ago.
NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams' 8-day test flight entering a second month, while engineers on the ground investigate the cause of helium leaks and thruster problems Boeing's new Starliner spacecraft encountered on its way to the International Space Station in early June. While NASA and Boeing officials say they're confident Starliner would be safe to fly back to Earth in an emergency, they're leveraging the extra time in orbit to prevent the problems from repeating on future missions. Any direct inspection of the leaks and thrusters needs to be done in space because they're located on Starliner's service module, a portion of the spacecraft that is jettisoned during the return flight and burns up as it re-enters Earth's atmosphere.
And Fox's Jonathan Siri reports that the earliest they could return may be the end of this month. It is 6:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute, but first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker will join us, let's see, in less than 8 minutes at 6:48 with Those Were the Days. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Well, man, oh man, oh man. The Democratic Party is at odds over President Joe Biden. It's a big day for the president with a huge press conference this afternoon. Oh, by the way, White House correspondent John Decker at 7:20 will join us. He'll be there at that press conference, ready to ask questions of the president. But a lot of people in the Democratic Party, even using the term landslide, as in a GOP landslide, if Biden sticks around. Here's a Democratic senator from Colorado, Michael Bennet.
Donald Trump is on track, I think, to win this election and maybe win it by a landslide and take with him the Senate and the House.
Wow, Charity, landslide victory for Trump and take with him the Senate and the House. That would be catastrophic for Democrats.
Which is why there are more Democrats coming forward. I think we're up to 10 now that have spoken to the media and have said that they want Biden to end his reelection bid. And I think after this afternoon's NATO presser, depending on how the president does, I think those calls will only grow louder.
Yeah, and I'm wondering with these people coming out in the Democratic Party, coming out and publicly saying that they think he's going to lose, will that have any influence on whether or not Jill Biden tells him to drop out? Because Dr. Jill Biden, I think, is the one that's going to have to tell him.
See, I think it's Obama.
You do?
I think it's
Okay.
former President Obama that has to tell Joe, sit him down and say, I love you, borrowing a line from George Clooney, but I think that's what it's going to come down to, because I think it's expected that his wife is going to support him no matter what. But I think it's going to take the wiser former President Obama to have that heart-to-heart, that come to Jesus.
When you have an intervention for somebody, if they're abusing alcohol or drugs or something you need an intervention for, it's usually multiple people. So I agree with Obama. I agree with Jill Biden. I think it's going to be I think you need Jill Biden in the room. I think you need Barack Obama in the room. I think you need Nancy Pelosi. I think you need Chuck Schumer, maybe even a George Clooney. If there's a big time donor or celebrity that's close to Joe Biden, I think you need, because that's what an intervention does. It's like, you know what? The way you're behaving isn't going to work. We need to do something. And I think what is needed here is an intervention by multiple people.
And I just wonder, following today's presser, if the president does not do well, which many people are expecting, does it change anything? Will he remain defiant? And if he does, I guess, exceed expectations, does that change anything either? It seems like he's really dug in his heels.
Yeah, I wonder if that does change, if he does actually have a good showing today, if that's going to change anybody that's come out and said he needs to go his mind. I don't think so. I think they've already come up with, in their mind, they've formulated, he can't make another 4 years. He cannot do it. So whether he has a good showing or not, I still think they're going to try to get him to get out.
And I can't imagine he would nail it this afternoon in a press conference setting. I mean, did he nail the State of the Union address? I would say yes. He read a teleprompter.
Yes.
He can do it with a teleprompter. And this, again, I believe, even if he does a press conference like he did 2 years ago, there is such scrutiny on him now. He has always been a gaffe machine anyway, but now those gaffes, based upon what we know and what we saw in that debate, those gaffes are going to be amplified. I would be shocked, Charity, if he has a stellar performance this afternoon.
And the human part of this it's heartbreaking to see. We're talking about an elderly man, but at the same time, it's like you have to set that aside because you're concerned about the future of this country, and you worry about our adversaries. They're watching, they're seeing, who's in charge right now, and it seems that we're in a very, very vulnerable position.
Yeah, it's not personal. It's business.
Yeah.
And that's what this is. This is a business of running this country. And let's just face it, man, it's a hard job.
And to Charity's point, the heartbreaking part of this, regardless of your party, if you look at it just from a humanistic perspective, an elderly man is losing his grip on the presidency because he is an elderly man and losing his faculties. That's what we are witnessing. We say it so many times. We're witnessing history, and we're witnessing history once again. Charlie Parker coming up with Those Were the Days, WOAI News Time, 6:45.
And we're back.
Hey, everybody.
And we're back.
See, I like that idea.
That's a good one.
A debate where the candidates take shots.
I like it. It would work. It would work.
And we would moderate. We'd be the perfect moderators for that
and
debate.
bartend at the same time.
President Biden, that's an incorrect answer. Take a shot, please. President Trump.
Chug it.
Yeah, Julie, you make a great point. It is disheartening, but I think what's going on here, and Henry Kissinger had the greatest line.
Yes, he did.
Power is the ultimate aphrodisiac. Nobody wants to give up power. And no office has more power than the presidency. If you're Jill Biden, you're the first lady, you're right there with the presidency. If you're working in the West Wing, if you're a cabinet member, if you're a Biden advisor, you have reached the highest level of power you will ever have in your career. All of them even not just the president. If you're on that team, you have achieved power in America and you don't want to give it up.
Not to mention all that money.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know?
yeah, and a lot of them go on it, become lobbyists.
Exactly.
Or
Or go on tours. Well, he wouldn't do
Yeah.
that because he wouldn't be a good speaker, but you never know.
But yeah, for you to now say I was the White House chief of staff, I was the White House communications director, I was in that. I mean, yeah, there's money to be made, big money to be made. Hey, grumpy old fart's in here.
Charlie's not here yet.
No,
Oh.
this grumpy
Oh,
old
I'm
fart.
sorry. I'm sorry.
The one on the
you have to be. You have to be more.
I'll be more specific next time.
Good morning, Eric.
Eric, welcome in, man. I got to find a way to share. Eric has shared with us his website that has the amazing portraits that he does of veterans. Wonder if I put a link in here, if it will.
It should.
If you could go from the link from the chat.
Well, you know what? There's only one way to find out.
There is, but I got to make sure I got. Make sure I get that link right because Eric sent that to us.
Yeah. That isn't the official website, according to Eric.
That isn't the. Oh, okay. Well, so I don't want to do it if it's.
Never mind then.
If it's a hassle. But
morning, Tommy.
Anyway, nonetheless, even if the link doesn't work, you can copy and paste it into the browser. Thank you. I get so many darn texts.
That was a holding place so you guys could share with the bosses. That's what that was for.
Trying to look at my text thread with Eric, and I can't find it right now.
Okay, he's working on the official one, and then he'll let.
Okay, yeah,
he'll
let's
give us
do
a link.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want Eric.
Yep.
To the one that he wants the public to see, we'll do that.
Yeah, because ours is private. Because some of those pictures are not safe for work. I'm just saying.
Yes.
Kidding.
However,
I'm kidding, Eric.
August 2nd, we're working on a special event during this show. That's a Friday.
Yeah.
The eve of Eric's big event, where he's going to photograph these veterans. More
Which
of
is
them.
so cool, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
it's.
so cool.
I've never seen portraits of veterans like this. It is a brilliant, novel, heartfelt idea. Eric has a great personal story involving his dad and the motivation for him to take up this project. I love it. To
Very cool.
use your to use your talent.
It is talent
for good
for sure,
in
man.
such a way. It's amazing. How many talkbacks do
I've
we
got
have?
2, 4, 5, 6.
Beautiful.
Yeah, 5. Enough for this segment, okay?
Okay.
And they're all pretty much on the questions. I do have one that's thrown in a vending machine.
Okay. I hope I didn't have typos and say something stupid in my email to Aaron Real.
I
I
didn't
just coming
see-
back from break when I sent it.
Yeah, I read it briefly. I just kind of glanced at it. I didn't read it all the way through because, No, it looks good.
Okay.
It looks good.
Final moments.
Yes, I know.
Savor them.
I wish I was on that road right now.
Yes. I'd like to be right
410,
around.
410, 410 going that way.
Yeah, I'd like to be 410 headed to the
Or maybe
left.
35. Oh, now I want
I'd
to be
like to be on
37.
37.
Yeah.
This is Nolan Ryan. This is Nolan Ryan. It's my Nolan Ryan impersonation.
That's pretty good, actually.
Okay. Someday we'll do all of our impersonations on the
Yeah.
show. Stormy Daniels was fondling
know.
patrons at a strip club. My God, look at that Matthew McConaughey shot.
I know. Bee sting.
Sting him on the eye? What the
Yeah.
hell?
Yeah. Damn. That hurts.
I hate. God, I hate bee or wasp stings.
Oh my God, I swell up like a balloon, man. I'm allergic to them. So yeah.
So, wait till you hear this.
It's a report. Yeah, it's a report on the CenterPoint Energy. That he told me man on the street, but it doesn't sound like a man on the street. It's more of a news thing they did. It's about a minute long, and they talked to several people about the heat and all that. So,
okay. Yeah, thanks for letting me know it wasn't man on the street.
yeah, sorry, because I went and listened to it. And this is a busy, busy hour, by the way.
Oh God, I need to let her know. Very short, shorter than usual. Wait till you hear this segment with Decker coming.
Correct.
Aaron Rial has responded. Sounds good. Talk tomorrow.
Damn it. Here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody.
And here are some of the stories we're following for you. President Biden is preparing for his high-stakes NATO presser, where he hopes to prove he's mentally fit to serve another 4 years. It's another day of sweltering heat with no AC for over 1 million Houston area residents still reeling from Hurricane Beryl. And Attorney General Ken Paxton believes he's facing a second impeachment. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Then on Saturday, showers early with overcast skies later in the day, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in New Braunfels, 73 in Monte Vista, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 6:55.
San Antonio's first news are thanks to Charlie Parker. For those were the days. Charlie will be in studio a little bit later this morning at about 8:20. Coming up at 7:20, White House correspondent John Decker. He will be there ready to ask questions of the president at 4:30 this afternoon. That's our time. That'll be 5:30 White House time as President Joe Biden holds that post-NATO summit conference. It'll be an open press conference. We'll see how the president performs. All eyes on the president. But we've been asking you all morning if you could ask the president one question today at that press conference. What would it be? We've also opened it up. We're getting some responses for you now that we have an ammo vending machine near Canyon Lake. What other things do we need vending machines for? Charity McCurdy, how do people get us their responses?
The free iHeartRadio app. You just search 1200 WOAI. Look for that red circle. That's the talkback button. Once you hit it, 30 seconds to let us know what you would ask President Biden.
Yeah, just like this California transplant.
Hey, y'all. It's Mitchell, your favorite California transplant who came here for all the right reasons. Regarding Biden and having a bad night, I don't understand how someone can have a bad night when they were just got out of hiding for 7 days. Something to think about. All right, y'all.
That's a good point.
You didn't.
That's a good point.
Oh, no, you didn't.
He did.
He did.
He did.
Yes, he did.
All right, here's another one.
Good morning, gang. I think the question I would like to ask the president is there seems to be a lot of pushback from the White House on the president being unfit to serve office. But they didn't seem to have the same pushback when he was deemed unfit to stand trial. Could they explain that?
An interesting question.
Very interesting
Yeah.
question. All right, let's go out to Tab Master.
Good morning, crew. Tabmaster from Shirts here. I have a question for Joe, but honest answers only. Hey, Joe, how do you feel about Obama's third term as president? Was it successful or not? Come on, man. Y'all have a great day.
I would like a White House press reporter to use, come on, man.
Come on, man.
I think I like that.
See, I don't know if I can take that seriously because there was no rooster reference in that.
I thought he was going to
Tab
ask
Master,
the president about a rooster. I thought there would be a rooster question.
You would think so.
Yeah.
You would think so because he seems to have one in every one of his talkbacks except for that one. All right, here's another one.
Morning, guys. Real here again. So about the vending machine thing, I had a sister who, very long time ago, when she was working at a law office, she told me that the vending machine had a Dr. Pepper Extra and a Dr. Pepper Light, that they always used it on Fridays. Go figure it out. Have a good one.
Dr. Pepper Extra and Dr. Pepper Light.
Very nice.
That is a good way to put it.
Yes.
Good way to cover it up.
And you mentioned, Mr. T, you've experienced a very similar vending machine.
Very
as
similar.
well.
Friend of mine, Glenn, at his former place of business, they had a soda machine that would dispense beer on Fridays.
You
It
know
was
what?
great.
Well, you know, if it's adults,
yes,
and don't let kids access that vending machine, then
Put some craft beers in there. I'd be interested.
You said craft, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Charity, are you saying you're a vending machine elitist?
Add it to the list, Chris. Add it to the list.
All right, here's one more.
Good morning, y'all. This is Denny in Pipe Creek. I had a question. If Biden stays and refuses to go, whatever it is, do you think the Democratic Party will invoke the 25th Amendment and have him removed?
Man.
Have a great morning.
Man, that would be a bad look.
Yeah, and
wouldn't
it would have to be cabinet members,
Yes.
not the party necessarily. But Charity, I mean, the Democrats are telling us this is an existential threat to democracy. If indeed they believe that, then you got to maybe consider the 25th Amendment.
Yeah.
If he refuses to go, and if he is declining, if his faculties are declining.
And this will forever shape this moment for the Democratic Party moving forward. I mean, they have to prove they have a backbone and that they are in the best interest of the country as a whole, and not just one person. So it's going to be a defining moment for the Democrats for sure.
And we've got a defining 7:00 hour coming your way. All sorts of big guests and topics featuring White House correspondent John Decker at 7:20, less than 20 minutes from now. He will be there at that press conference, ready to ask questions of the president. We'll talk to him about that. But right now, Charity McCurdy with all the big stories you need to know on this 7/11 Thursday morning. WOAI news time is 7:00.
Seven o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, calls grow louder for President Biden to step aside, and over 1 million are still without power in the Houston area. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, a stray shower possible, a high in the low 90s, more rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. Actor and activist George Clooney wrote a scathing op-ed in the New York Times calling for President Biden to exit the presidential race. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson has more on Decision 2024.
Just last month, George Clooney helped raise over $30 million for Joe Biden. Now he writes in the New York Times, quote, "It's devastating to say it, but the Joe Biden I was with 3 weeks ago at the fundraiser was not the Joe big effing deal Biden of 2010. He wasn't even the Joe Biden of 2020. He was the same man we all witnessed at the debate." The Biden campaign responded to Clooney's piece with an anonymous quote saying Biden stayed over 3 hours at the fundraiser while Clooney took a photo and left. Ben Rose, another former Obama aide, said if you're attacking Clooney's fitness on background, might be time to rethink the comm strategy.
Meantime, President Biden will hold a key news conference today during the NATO summit in Washington, D.C.
All eyes will be on President Biden this evening as he looks to prove to his own party and the world that he is still up for the job. The make or break press conference comes as top campaign officials are expected to meet with Senate Democrats later today. Senator Peter Welch of Vermont became the first Democrat in the Senate to join the growing list of Democrat lawmakers calling on the president to step aside. The party is still divided. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is doubling down on his support for the president. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer could be open to dumping Biden. Axios reporting that in public, Schumer's been insistent that he's for Joe, but in private, he is singing a different tune. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
And speaking to Fox's Hannity, Texas Senator Ted Cruz says whoever potentially takes his place is not the best option.
It doesn't matter if they replace Joe Biden with Michelle Obama or they replace Joe Biden with Kamala Harris. They all support the same disastrous policies.
And Biden will continue his media blitz with a sit-down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with NBC News anchor Lester Holt in Austin next Monday. It'll air at 8 o'clock Monday night. The interview will follow the president's visit to the LBJ Presidential Library to honor the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Well, about 1.3 million customers are still without power in portions of Texas 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says officials are working to get power restored for those people as soon as possible.
When you don't have power, when it's pitch black at night, when it's hot as Hades during the day, you don't have access to food that you normally had. It's a miserable situation. And you need to know that we care about that.
CenterPoint customers are among those without electricity who must also face no air conditioning in the midst of a dangerous heat wave this week. San Antonio City Councilman Mark White is now formally charged with DWI. The San Antonio police stopped the District 10 councilman December 29th for speeding and not signaling a lane change. They arrested him after administering several field sobriety tests. White was suspended in January from his committee assignments, which were reinstated in April. His first court appearance was in May, and the Bexar County DA's office announced yesterday that he'd been officially charged. Well, friends and family are saying goodbye to Texas icon Kinky Friedman.
The singer, author, and one-time candidate for governor, Kinky Friedman, will be laid to rest today. Those who knew him best say he was one of a kind. Laura Hoke was Kinky's spokesman during a ill-fated dip into politics.
You walk into an event at a restaurant, most politicians are going to pump fists with the owners, and Kinky would do that. But then he would stick around and he'd hang out and have a cigarette in the back with the bus boys.
A memorial will be held this afternoon at the Arcadia Theater in Kerrville, but Friedman will live on. He finished one final album before dying of complications from Parkinson's. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, a Harris County undercover deputy who was shot during an ambush has died, and his shooters are being sought by authorities. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez said deputies had responded to a call at a Northeast Little Caesars Pizza where the suspect had pistol whipped an employee for an incorrect order. The undercover deputy then found the suspect's car and was ambushed by two men identified as 34-year-old Taryn Green and 37-year-old James Green. Gonzalez said the undercover deputy's car was bullet-ridden and he was shot up too.
We're asking for our community's prayers. Our community always stands with us. And so first and foremost, we're asking for prayers.
The unidentified deputy died from his injuries in a local hospital. He had been with the department for 5 years on the Violent Persons Task Force. A blue alert has been issued for Green's apprehension. Well, the company behind a controversial vending machine that sells bullets is defending their device, which popped up this week at a Canyon Lake grocery store.
We are
big supporters of responsible gun ownership. And our machines really create a safer and more secure environment for the sale of ammunition.
Grant Majors with American Rounds has pushed back on suggestions that the automated ammo dispenser is not safe. The machine checks IDs with a built-in facial scanner. In addition to the store in Canyon Lake, they also have machines in Alabama and Oklahoma. It is 7:07, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Traffic and weather coming up.
Kevin makes a great point. He says, you got to believe George Clooney. After all, he was Batman. Good point.
Not a very good one, but yeah.
He was no Michael Keaton.
No, he was not.
All right, shorter than usual. I sent out the
I know.
The message. I tried my best.
And she can see us today, so there's no excuse. Ooh.
Great matches.
So is he just sitting down in solidarity for Abbott or what?
I think he is. I think he is.
If he wheels off, that's it, man.
SWAT Cat said Michael Keaton played Batman 3 times. Is that right?
Yes.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Yes.
I did not know that. Ah. Hi-oh. Oh.
Stand by.
Okay. San Antonio's first news, Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. Charlie Parker's going to join us in studio around 8:20 this morning. Got a big 7 o'clock hour for you coming up at 7:20. White House correspondent John Decker, he will be there ready to ask questions of the president at that press conference this afternoon. That takes place at 4:30 our time. So 7:20 for that interview. 7:40, our go-to guy on all things space exploration, national correspondent Rory O'Neill on the astronauts stuck on the International Space Station. That and coming up, wait till you hear this, a report from Houston on CenterPoint Energy. They've got a lot of splaining to do. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Leon Valley, 73 in Alamo Heights, 72 right here at the Radio Ranch. WOAI News Time, 7:10.
San Antonio's first news, EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon, doing the heavy lifting. Andrew is directing our video stream. We're on YouTube. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI, and you can find us. There's a live chat in real time as well. You can chat with us and with other viewers of the live video stream. Well, we've been covering Hurricane Beryl as it roared through Houston, caused a lot of flooding. And the big thing now, the power outages. I think we're still at 1.3 million customers without power. This segment we call Wait Till You Hear This. And Mr. T, a lot of eyes on CenterPoint Energy in Houston.
Yes, and Jessica Wiley from KTRK Television in Houston did a report on CenterPoint Energy, the heat and the power outages. Here is today's Wait Till You Hear This.
Inside the unit where Patricia Romano's mother has called home for a year, except for the natural light, it is dark and hot.
Around 6 o'clock Monday morning, they lost power.
And now empty.
If she was going to be without electricity, she was going to do it with me and my husband and my sister and my family.
Patricia packed up her 92-year-old mother and took her home. Beatrice Marquez, one of 85 residents at Ellis Springs, an assisted senior living community where electricity is more than a necessity.
Right now, we're trying to keep the backup generator we have to power the essential stuff like cooking and oxygen tanks and stuff like that.
Ian Wu is one of the owners. He says their facility is registered with CenterPoint as a critical load customer for whom electric service is considered crucial. But even with that designation, there is little clarity.
We've not gotten anything at all. I mean, we have the same customer service number that everybody else has, and I'm sure there's a million people calling. So we get put on hold and just hours at a time, and then disconnected. So
from assisted living to senior living at the Orchard at Garden Oaks, no power means no elevator. And on the 4th floor, George Soul thinks about ways to pass the time and stay cool. Riding the bus comes to mind.
That'll keep me out of, keep me in coolness, and then it'll get me going where I want to go and without taking my vehicle,
We found residents keeping cool in the common area, while outside there's a massive generator that no longer works. Management says it needs new parts, and they are just as frustrated.
Charity McCurdy, what's going on in Houston with CenterPoint Energy reminds me of ERCOT in the aftermath of Snowmageddon. So many flaws were revealed, and my heart goes out to the people in Houston who are suffering right now.
Yeah, and they're dealing with another heat advisory today where the heat index could end up hitting 106. But I've been talking to our Houston correspondent, Eric Lycum, who's told me that CenterPoint Energy is saying that their transmission lines and substations were not affected by the hurricane. It's really the trees that have wrecked those power lines. And it's mostly trees with those big canopies, but not deep root systems. And if you've seen any of the footage, yes, huge trees toppled over not only on power lines, but cars and homes. So, I mean, it's really making the case for redoing their infrastructure and for underground utilities.
Yeah, underground utilities would be the way to go, because we keep running into this every time there is a storm like this. We get trees that knock over power lines, and then people are stuck without power, and this heat is not good.
Especially in a city like Houston where they have so many storms. Maybe time to rethink how it is done there as far as delivering the energy. Well, coming up, we can't wait to talk to White House correspondent John Decker. He will be there at that press conference that President Joe Biden will hold after that NATO summit today. It's a big, big one. We'll get his thoughts on that coming right up. WOAI News Time, 7:15.
We're back.
Hey, everybody.
Bless you. Dude.
Thank you, Eric.
You probably have time to do this. USA is going to go 24/7, USA Network, 24/7 coverage during the Olympics.
Okay.
Something before headlines.
Can you hand me that remote?
Oh. Are our logos down again, Chris? I'm shocked by that.
They are studios.
I know. But I'm just shocked that they're down already. I can't believe it.
Thank you, Eric. M1A1. At least I didn't sneeze on the air. Sneeze on the stream, but not on the air.
Yeah, we got time. You want to do that? Look, she belongs on Fox SA.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Look.
There he is.
Oh, look, ATM,
Ice
ammo,
machine.
ice. Yeah.
Everything you need.
Everything you need, man.
I need some ice and some ammo.
And I
please.
need some cash.
And some beer.
And some cash, yeah. Yeah, beer and ammo.
You're selling ammo where you're selling beer. What could possibly go wrong?
Nothing. Stand by, Chris.
Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then White House correspondent John Decker on this big press conference coming up later today for the president. But first, USA Network is going all in on the Summer Olympics. They are going to air 24/7 coverage of the Olympics from Paris from July 24th through August 11th in 4K HDR. So, Charity, you can get your Olympics fix 24. When you get up to go to work in the morning, you can watch the Olympics.
Nice. I will
like
be tuning in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it, especially with the time difference. I think that's a great idea.
It's nice to have it in real time.
Yes.
I don't like the tape delays.
No,
Give
I
it
do
to me
not.
in real time. John Decker coming up. Charity McCurdy, what stories are you working on?
President Biden is hosting his first press conference this afternoon since last month's debate with Donald Trump. Over 1 million Houston area residents are dealing with another day of no AC and blistering heat following Hurricane Beryl. And City Councilman Mark White has officially been charged with DWI. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Then on Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Monte Vista, 73 degrees in Schertz, and 72 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 720.
San Antonio's first news. Normally at this time, we check in with Mike Opelka from the Pure Opelka podcast. He is on vacation this week. He's brought to us by Randy Adams Incorporated. But my goodness, we have an amazing guest who will be at an amazing event today. He is White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. He will be there 4:30 San Antonio time for that press conference after the NATO summit featuring President Joe Biden. John, how big, how critical is today's press conference for the president?
It's really consequential for President Biden. He doesn't have solo press conferences all that often. So this one is getting extra scrutiny, and it comes exactly 2 weeks after that disastrous debate performance that he had with former President Donald Trump. And of course, it comes as there have been a spattering of Democrats, elected Democrats who have outwardly said, publicly said, that Joe Biden ought to step out, ought to bow out of the presidential race this year.
And John, as far as today's NATO presser, are there any questions or topics off limits?
No, of course not. You can ask anything you wish to ask of the president. I think that makes the most sense to ask questions on news of the day. And the news of the day concerns all of the questions swirling about President Biden, whether he has the wherewithal to be president, not only now, but 4 years from now, because he's running for re-election.
So, John, it's been so long since we've seen President Biden in a solo press conference like this. You've been to many of them. How's this going to work? How does that work? Do they, just call on people? You yell out your name, they call on you. How does it work?
The way it works, I believe, will be this. As you point out, this comes at the conclusion of the NATO summit. So I believe that the president will have a statement talking about the success of the summit. And it was successful in terms of what was accomplished, in terms of celebrating the 75th anniversary of this defense alliance. But after that statement, there will likely be a list of questioners on essentially a no card for President Biden, and he'll go through that list. I'm hopeful I'm on that list, by the way, and hopefully over the course of this press conference, the president, from his perspective, does well to quell all of these critics from continuing to come out almost on a daily basis, suggesting or saying outright that he ought to bow out of the presidential race.
Yeah, we hope you're on the list as well. And of course, we will be watching, John. As far as duration, one of the things we were speculating about earlier this morning, John, what if they cut this press conference short if he wasn't performing well? What is your expectation on how long the president will field questions from the press corps?
Well, he's not a very long-winded speaker to begin with. So, I would not expect very long answers coming from President Biden. He's always been like that, by the way. So it's not just an age thing or something new over the last 2 years. He's just not very loquacious. But I do think that there's a list. Let's say there's 10 questioners on that list. And, you get through those 10 questions and then the press conference is over. So you're looking at perhaps anywhere from 45 minutes to an hour. That's how long I expect this press conference will last. Maybe you get some additional questions from those who don't get called upon and are close enough to the president to yell out their questions to him. But I think that the White House would very much like to see this an hour or less in terms of what we see a little bit later today.
And you wonder if he ends up exceeding expectations, John, if that changes anything as far as support from within his own party.
Well, I think that's right. That's why it's such a pivotal press conference for President Biden. If he does well, knocks it out of the park, people are saying, you know what? His voice sounded strong. He answered the questions well. Then they will coalesce. All of the doubters will coalesce around the president, and maybe even the people who've come out with statements saying, you know what? Maybe I was wrong. I support the president. But there's the but part. The but part is what happens if it's a performance like we saw 2 weeks ago at that debate. Then the floodgates open, and then you have a significant number of Democrats, maybe even very influential Democrats like former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi or Chuck Schumer, the leader for Democrats in the Senate, saying, you know what, maybe we ought to look to someone else to represent our party for the White House this year.
John, is there anything that we can do to help you get on that list?
Oh, boy. I don't know. Have all of your listeners just, call up the White House switchboard and say,
Done.
John Decker. You got to call on John Decker. That's
Done.
That's what makes us so happy in San Antonio.
You got it. You're done. We'll do it.
Well, we will be watching.
Right.
We will have our fingers crossed. He will be there ready with questions. White House correspondent and attorney John Decker. And once again, that press conference scheduled for 4:30 p.m. San Antonio time. That is must-see TV. WOAI News Time, 726.
7:30 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the world will be watching President Biden's NATO presser this afternoon, and a manhunt is underway in Harris County after a deputy was shot and killed. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, could see a stray shower, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, 72 degrees. Well, Senate Democrats are meeting with top Biden administrations and campaign officials. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, and two senior advisors will attend a special caucus lunch, according to a Senate Democratic leadership source. A number of Senate Democrats, like Whip Dick Durbin of Illinois, have said they have concerns following the president's disappointing debate performance.
Of course I do, and I think that he's trying to address those directly by the style and the nature of his campaign. I think he's aware of the fact that what happened at that debate was disastrous.
Fox has told the meeting is for Senate Democrats to express their concerns about President Biden's candidacy rather than a meeting for officials to make the pitch to Senate Democrats. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And actor George Clooney is calling on Biden to drop out of the race. In a New York Times op-ed, the longtime Democrat said he recently hosted a fundraiser for Biden and noted he was not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even the Joe Biden of 2020. He then referenced Biden's shaky debate performance, saying party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. Meantime, NATO members are expected to take another step of support for Ukraine's eventual entry into the alliance.
Several NATO leaders are using the word irreversible to characterize Ukraine's path forward in NATO, vowing to support Kyiv once conditions to join the alliance are met. Meantime, President Biden says the 32 NATO members are all taking new steps to bolster their own domestic defense production.
We cannot, in my view, we cannot allow the alliance to fall behind.
The U.S., Denmark, and the Netherlands have agreed to provide American-made F-16s to Ukraine that could be flying this summer. President Biden meets with Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky later today before a highly anticipated news conference. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
And Biden will sit down for an exclusive one-on-one interview with NBC News anchor Lester Holt in Austin next Monday. The interview will air that evening at 8 p.m. It will follow Biden's visit to the LBJ Presidential Library on Monday to honor the 60th anniversary of the Civil Rights Act. Well, over 1 million customers are still without power in Texas days after Hurricane Beryl. This comes as many are without air conditioning as the region deals with a dangerous heat wave, with a heat index reaching 106 today. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says Houston hospitals were backed up because of the power outages.
The hospitals were backed up because they weren't able to discharge many patients to homes that didn't have power. So that backed up the whole system. In fact, we had a police officer who was shot in the leg, and when the mayor went down to see him the next day, he still didn't have a room.
Officials at the NRG Center are offering housing for some hospital patients to free up hospital space for new patients. Well, a Harris County undercover deputy was fatally shot during an ambush, and his shooters remain at large. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez said deputies had responded to a call at a Northeast Little Caesars Pizza where the suspect had pistol whipped an employee for an incorrect order. The undercover deputy found the suspect's car and was ambushed by the two men.
We're asking for our community's prayers. Our community always stands with us. And so first and foremost, we're asking for prayers.
The unidentified deputy died from his injuries in a local hospital. He had been with the department for 5 years on the Violent Persons Task Force. A manhunt is underway, and the two suspects are identified as 34-year-old Teron Green and 37-year-old James Green. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he could face another round of impeachment.
Paxton issued a statement last night saying the House Ethics Committee is planning to recommend another impeachment for him, according to the Texas Tribune. While providing no evidence for his claim, Paxton said, quote, "Their bitter obsession with taking me down knows no bounds, and it will stop at nothing to remove me from office," unquote. That same committee, chaired by Junction Republican Andrew Murr, indicted Paxton on 20 counts last spring, but Paxton was acquitted of 16, while 4 were dismissed. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Well, the company that has been selling Texas death row, the execution drug, is under fire for a checkered history. The right-of-way chain in San Antonio has a history of selling pills, including fentanyl, without a prescription.
No reputable pharmacy will compound execution drugs, so it's not surprising that the state has turned to a dodgy supplier.
Estelle Hebron Jones with the Texas Defender Service says the state needs to distance itself from the chain. Even the DEA wanted to shut down right away, but under a deal, the owners paid a $250,000 fine to stay in business. There are currently 5 prisoners on Texas death row with execution dates. It is 7:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. Thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news. Mr. T, Tim Merriman, Charity McCurdy, Charlie Parker is in the building. He'll join us at 8:20. I'm Chris Duell, EJ Pacheco, and Andrew Zimmel flying the Millennium Falcon. Andrew directing our live video stream. We are on YouTube, streaming live video. Go look for 1200 WOAI on YouTube. You can find us. There's a live chat. You can chat live with us in real time and with other viewers as well. Coming up at 7:50, we'll hear more from you. This huge press conference, open press conference with President Joe Biden this afternoon, take place at 4:30 San Antonio time. We're asking you if you had one question you could ask the president at that press conference today, what would it be? We'll hear more of your talkback responses coming up at 7:50. But right now, let's check in with our go-to guy on all things space exploration. That, of course, is national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Rory, the two-person crew of that Boeing Starliner continuing to extend their stay on the International Space Station. For people who don't know, why are they there so much longer than the 1 week expected stay? And how long do you think they're going to be up there?
Yeah, so they are on this test flight. Boeing built the Starliner capsule. These are two test pilots who are taking this capsule and putting it through its paces. And during the flight, they have found issues with some helium leaks. Everyone's talking funny up there. And also some thruster issues. Those are the bigger concerns. So the Starliner docked at the space station. The two crew members, the test pilots, are on board with the crew of 7. They're living it up. They're having a grand time. They're fine. However, Boeing engineers are on the ground trying to figure out why they keep having thruster problems with this Starliner. It happened on the 2 earlier flights that didn't have people on board. So while they try to engineer it and figure out the problem down here, they're like, just hang out, stay up there until we have a better understanding of what's going on. Because when they do come home and bring Starliner back, the service module with the thrusters is going to be jettisoned and burned up in the atmosphere. So it's not like they're going to get the thruster home and can figure out what went wrong.
So, Rory, in the event of an emergency, is there confidence that the Starliner could safely transport these astronauts back home today if they had to?
Yeah. If they had to, they're confident it could. In fact, all 9 crew members went through just such an emergency drill earlier this week to see to make sure everything would function properly. They got every indication. NASA and the computer system on Starliner enough to recognize some of these thruster issues and compensate. But Starliner is also built for manual control. So the test pilot on there, Butch Wilmore, is willing and able to step in and fly it if he has to. And again, we don't think the thruster issue is significant enough to cause a problem, but Boeing's thought, this is how they're spinning it now, is that, look, just hang out and give us time. There's no reason to rush you coming home. You're just hang out and float around.
How long can they stay in orbit? I mean, physically, how long can they stay there?
So there is plenty of food and water on board. That's not the problem, but there are some batteries on Starliner, so they can't stay there forever. They're looking at the end of July, maybe early August for bringing them home. That's written in pencil, but it's wait and see.
Well, and, Rory, you're a space guy, and we all, the 3 of us here, love space exploration and the space program. I got to believe these 2 astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, to have to stay. If you wanted to be an astronaut your whole life, and it's like, oh, sorry, guys and gal, you got to stick around there, an extended stay in space on the International Space Station, I got to believe they're enjoying themselves up there.
Absolutely. And Sunny used to be commander of the space station. So she really knows it well. So she knows actually, she ran on the treadmill up there. She ran the Boston Marathon. She's from Boston.
Wow.
So she ran the Boston Marathon with the people who were running on the ground at the same time. So,
cool.
She's a pretty incredible. Yeah.
Yeah. But Rory, I imagine there will be some big time jitters when it is time to come home.
Yeah, I think so. But that's what makes them different from us. They're test pilots. They're Navy test pilots. And, that's the right stuff, right? And they feel that this is all just part of the process. Again, they realize it's a test flight. They knew they'd find issues. They don't think this is a game changer. And and Boeing is also trying to make the most of this too. They're trying to get the best possible outcome. Obviously, they've had bad headlines. They don't need another bad one because it would be pretty bad in this case.
Yeah, and if for some reason Starliner can't come back, can they call a space Uber? Is that possible?
They can call it SpaceX. So there are other options because SpaceX does launch capsules to the space station frequently. So there are plenty of alternatives. Again, no rush to bring them home. If they feel that this Boeing capsule is too dangerous, they'll just say, well, then when the next SpaceX comes up, we'll just send them home with it. It's fine.
Great reporting, as always, from national correspondent Rory O'Neill. And Rory cited The Right Stuff.
Yes.
For any of our younger listeners, if you ever can, read the Tom Wolfe book and or see the movie The Right Stuff. It is some of the best true storytelling in American history. Love the book, love the movie The Right Stuff. Coming up, we will hear from you. What one question would you ask the president if you could at the press conference later today? 8 o'clock hour, Charlie Parker in studio at 8:20, WOAI News Time, 7:45. Woohoo!
You already know this information, but Rory said that he will be in Milwaukee today.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
He just wanted me to make sure that
No problem. That's good because between him and Mike Opelka, there's
Yeah.
two solid right there.
And we've talked about, if you talk about him again, we've talked about maybe using him twice in a show, early
Yeah.
and late, if he's available.
I'll ask him.
Well, that might be a problem with the convention because I think a lot more people are going to want him.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
I mean, we can try.
He's
We're
unavailable,
definitely
he's
going to try.
unavailable.
We're definitely going to try.
But yeah, I mean, if we could get him at
540 and 740.
and 740,
That would be awesome. Or
So-
even 640 and 740
Yeah.
would work.
I mean, if there's availability.
And I'm not
we
sure
love it.
about Decker though. See, Decker might be there as well, so that would be 3 people.
Next time Decker calls it, do you have a moment with him before he goes?
I can
Ask
text
if
him.
he's
I
gonna
can
be
text
there.
him. He texted me a picture yesterday of the Oval Office. So
Yeah, say,
I'll text him. Hey, by any chance you're going to be in Milwaukee?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll ask him.
Didn't he be in Chicago with DNC? Will he be in Milwaukee for the RNC?
Very possible. It's very possible. I'll find out. I'll find out. I'll text him later. Yeah, check out the picture he sent me yesterday. It was like just out of the random, just out of the blue, it showed up. Look.
Wow, very cool.
Yeah. That's what I said. Wow. Very cool.
Yeah,
That's
not everybody gets to take that
yeah,
picture.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what I said. Wow. Very cool.
Well, hold that up
Look,
here.
look,
Here.
look, look.
Hand me that. I'm going to hold it up to the people.
Oh, hang on. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay.
So the photographer was John Decker. That's called Access. That's in the Oval Office.
Yesterday.
Yesterday. That's Biden on the left. I don't know who that is from NATO on the
It's,
right.
yeah, I forget who it is, but yeah.
And I'm looking backwards. So Biden on the right. And somebody from NATO on the left.
Yeah.
And sadly, there's not great focus there.
No, it's not, but yeah. Kind of cool though. Yeah. And I actually, exactly what you just said were my comments to him. Wow. Very cool.
Yeah.
I mean, what else can you say?
Right.
What else can you say other than, wow, very cool?
So 57 out at the top as usual.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you run a few 20 seconds over, it's not going to kill us because we're short on this break. But that's okay. 57 will work also.
And how many talkbacks? 3?
3. Tres hombres. Yep, just 3. Which is fine. They'll get them in, get them out. Hello. Look at that. Woo. Oh, who's that? An exotic woman. Hello. I'll get it. Guess you can let her know at 7:10 or 8:10 we're going to talk Biden press conference again. That should keep Charlie up. Oh, it's National Mojito Day. Have you ever had a mojito?
Yes.
Do you like mojitos?
I do.
They're not bad. If they're made right. I'll get it. Mm. I'm sure all the Fox and MSNBCs and CNNs are going to be carrying this press conference, right?
Yes. Gosh, it might even, it's so rare. Your ABC, NBC,
You know what?
CBS
That's a
might
good
as
point.
well.
That's a good point. Yeah, but he just walked in.
But certainly if you go to Fox or CNN or MSNBC, absolutely. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then we hear from you on the Talkback feature on the free iHeartRadio app. If you could ask a question of the president today at that 4:30 p.m. press conference, what would it be? We'll hear from you in just a sec. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
Well, President Biden is hosting his first press conference since last month's debate with Donald Trump as calls grow louder for him to bow out of the race. Utility crews in Houston are working 16-hour days to get the lights and AC back on in the Houston area. And another weekend of TxDOT road closures are on tap for the city's northwest side. We'll have details coming up. Right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. And then on Saturday, showers in the morning, cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Alamo Heights, 73 in Leon Valley, 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 7:52.
San Antonio's first news, that is Mr. T. She's Charity. I'm Chris. Charlie Parker will be along at 8:20 in studio, always entertaining and enlightening. Be ready for that. We've been asking you all morning on the free iHeartRadio app on the Talkback feature if you could ask a question of the president today. His first open press conference since November of last year.
Wow.
What would that question be? Mr. T, what do we got?
Here's our first one.
Good morning, guys. This is Nick. One thing that I want to point out is the debate was at night. I am not defending Joe Biden, but the medications they can use to prop him up probably work better during the day. So unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be as bad of a press conference as the debate was. I mean, it's still not going to be good by any means, but you know what I mean? It's the difference between late night and afternoon where the questions are already given out.
A huge point, Charity. The debate maybe was past his bedtime.
Yeah.
Whereas this press conference, 4:30, 5:30 Eastern, he can handle that.
Yeah, there is that, but we're still dealing with the issue of no teleprompter. So that's going to be.
And I still believe he's never nailed a press conference.
No.
He was a gaffe machine 20 years ago.
Yep.
So I think every gaffe, and there's going to be gaffes. I think every gaffe is going to be amplified and viewed as more evidence.
Yes, because they're looking at him under a microscope
Yes.
right now. It's everything he does.
I think he's probably in a no-win situation.
Let's go to Big Daddy Chris.
Good morning to my First News family. This is Big Daddy Chris from New Braunfels, and my question for Joe is, why? Have a good day.
That was 3 questions, though.
That would still be a very good question. And I just like the name Big Daddy Chris. If your name is Chris and my name is Chris, I can't pull off Big Daddy. Nobody looks at me.
Maybe.
Nobody looks at me and goes, "Hey, man, that's Big Daddy Chris." I can't pull it off. But I give Chris credit because he can pull off Big Daddy Chris.
I don't know. We get you the right accessories. You might be able to pull it off.
Some bling.
Yeah.
You need some bling.
Maybe I will. I got the pimp hat.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
I
bling
can
you up,
get
man.
some bling going.
No, everybody will call you Big Daddy Chris.
Maybe that's my thing for next week.
All right, here's another one, man.
Good morning, San Antonio's First News. This is M1A1.
Hey!
I just got 3 questions for the president. What day it is, what time it is, and his birthday. Watch him mumble and stumble.
Wow. Well, first of all, M1A1 is someone who participates in our chats on the YouTube channel. Go to YouTube, look for 1200 WOAI. Can you imagine, Charity, if a reporter today in that press conference at 4:30 p.m. said, "Mr. President, what's today's date?
Ooh.
What time is it? And what's your birthday? Can you imagine?
Oh my gosh.
What that moment would be like? And what if he didn't nail all 3 questions?
Again, I have such conflicted emotions about it because on one hand, you're thinking, oh, this is going to be humiliating. Is that on some level cruel? But then again, we're talking about the commander in chief, the leader of this country, someone who wants another 4 years in the White House. And everyone needs to see it in plain daylight. Is he mentally fit? And that is one way to determine it.
Yeah, he should be held at a higher standard. I mean, that's just all there is to it. You mentioned commander in chief. He should be held at a higher standard.
And it is, you say cruel, Charity, and it is. I think you might have used the term tragic earlier in the program. We are witnessing something historic today, and at this time in this presidency, the oldest president in American history, seeming to lose control of his faculties, which we all will
eventually.
If you live, if you're lucky enough to be an elderly person. We all will if you live long enough. It's being a human being. Father Time is undefeated.
Mm-hmm.
So if you remove politics from this, it's a sad moment to see this happen to this man.
It really is. And I question how many Democrats are secretly hoping the president fails so they can, get more support and outing the president and his mental inabilities. And hopefully he will have to bow to pressure to step aside.
I'll bet you it's a significant number of Democrats. All right, coming up, big 8 o'clock hour. Charlie Parker will be in studio at 8:20. Charity has everything you need to know right here at the top of the hour. WOAI News Time, 7:58.
Eight o'clock is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, calls grow louder for President Biden to step aside, and over 1 million are still without power in the Houston area. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday: partly cloudy, could see a stray shower or storm, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Get a move on. It is 72 degrees. Well, some of Hollywood's elite are joining a swath of lawmakers and calling for President Biden to bow out of the race. Fox's Kevin Cork has more on Decision 2024.
A lot of money flows from Hollywood right into campaign coffers. So when you lost them, well, the clock is ticking. And George Clooney is saying it's time for Biden to hang it up. Quote, "I love Joe Biden, but we need a new nominee." Michael Douglas concurs, saying Clooney ditching Biden is, quote, valid at this point. And amazingly, Clooney took it a step farther, calling out the Democrat Party leadership for gaslighting the American people about Biden following his disastrous debate performance. Quote, "Was he tired? Yes. Cold? Maybe. But our party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw."
Speaking to Fox's Hannity, Republican South Carolina Senator Tim Scott says Democrats are in panic mode for one reason.
Democrats are in absolute full panic mode, not because the president of the United States is unable to perform his duties as the commander-in-chief and the leader of the free world. They're in panic mode, Sean, because their poll numbers are dropping like a lead balloon.
Despite the backlash, the president is firm in his aim for a second term. And President Biden, meantime, is hosting his first press conference since last month's debate. Biden will speak with the media at 4:30 this afternoon. It is the first time he's taken questions solo since November of last year. The press briefing will be at the Washington Convention Center, where Biden spent his third day at the NATO summit. And we are following breaking news. A statewide manhunt is underway for two men who shot and killed a Harris County undercover deputy in an ambush.
Harris County Sheriff Ed Gonzalez said his deputies had responded to a call to Northeast Little Caesars Pizza where the suspect had pistol whipped an employee for an incorrect order. The undercover deputy subsequently found the suspect's abandoned car and was ambushed by two men identified as 34-year-old Taryn Green and 37-year-old James Green. Gonzalez said the deputy and his car were both bullet-ridden.
We're asking for our community's prayers. Our community always stands with us. And so first and foremost, we're asking for prayers.
The unidentified deputy died from his injuries at a local hospital. He'd been with the department for 5 years on the Violent Persons Task Force. Eric Lankham, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
About 1.3 million customers are still without power in the Houston area 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says officials are working to get power restored as soon as possible.
When you don't have power, when it's pitch black at night, when it's hot as Hades during the day, you don't have access to food that you normally had. It's a miserable situation. And you need to know that we care about that.
CenterPoint customers are among those without electricity who must also face no air conditioning in the midst of a dangerous heat wave this week. San Antonio City Councilman Mark White is now formally charged with DWI. The San Antonio police stopped the District 10 councilman on December 29th for speeding and not signaling a lane change. They arrested him after administering several field sobriety tests. White was suspended in January from his committee assignments, which were reinstated in April. His first court appearance was in May, and the Bexar County DA's office announced yesterday that he'd been officially charged. Well, the company behind a controversial vending machine that sells bullets is defending their device, which popped up this week at a Canyon Lake grocery store.
We are big supporters of responsible gun ownership, and our machines really create a safer and more secure environment for the sale of ammunition.
Grant Majors heads the company called American Rounds. He pushed back on suggestions that the automated ammo dispenser is not safe. The machine checks IDs with a built-in facial scanner. In addition to the store in Canyon Lake, they also have machines in Alabama and Oklahoma. Well, friends and family are saying goodbye to Texas icon Kinky Friedman.
The singer, author, and one-time candidate for governor, Kinky Friedman, will be laid to rest today. Those who knew him best say he was one of a kind. Laura Hoke was Kinky's spokesman during an ill-fated dip into politics.
You walk into an event at a restaurant, most politicians are going to pump fists with the owners, and Kinky would do that. But then he would stick around and he'd hang out and have a cigarette in the back with the bus boys.
A memorial will be held this afternoon at the Arcadia Theater in Kerrville, but Friedman will live on. He finished one final album before dying of complications from Parkinson's. Michael Board, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
And if you're looking for a way to beat the heat, you can stop by any 7-Eleven today for a free Slurpee. National Slurpee Day is held every year on the 11th of July, and there's no purchase necessary. It is 8:06, news at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy, traffic and weather coming up.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker is in studio right now, so we're going to hear from Charlie Parker coming up in just a moment. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman, I'm Chris Duell, Andrew Zimmel, and E.J. Pacheco flying the Millennium Falcon, and Andrew directing our online YouTube broadcast. We're streaming live video on YouTube. Search for 1200 WOAI, and we'll ask Charlie if it's fair that so much is riding on President Joe Biden's press conference this afternoon. That and more coming right up. But first, let's get you caught up on traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, stray shower or thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Kirby, 73 degrees at City Base, and 72 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time 810.
San Antonio's first news. Charlie Parker in studio. And Charlie, we've been talking about it all morning. It's a huge event today, and will probably be a huge news story no matter what happens. President Joe Biden having an open press conference. The White House press corps can ask him anything they want. He hasn't done a press conference like this since November of last year. All eyes on him after that horrible debate performance. It's a historic moment because, it may further bust the dam of all the Democrats who are now beginning to oppose him. Is it fair that he's going to be judged so much on this one moment in time?
It's as fair as anything is fair in politics in the last 8 years or so. Yeah, I mean, all eyes will be on him. I don't think you mentioned that it's an open and they can ask anything. The press corps can ask anything
Yes.
they want to.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he has to answer it.
True.
And he's not going to.
But
I can tell you
is that a
right
bad
now.
look? That's a bad look. Is just as bad as him
No,
messing up.
it's what we're used to in any time any president ever speaks. Or if he does decide to give an answer, the answer will be similar to how they are in debates. He won't answer the question that was asked.
Take it
Now,
somewhere
I
else.
don't know what his mental acuity is right now compared to 2 weeks ago, but he won't, somebody ask him anything at all about stepping down or going here. My money would be that he won't go anywhere near that. I'm here to answer questions about the summit and NATO. I'm not going down that road. We talk about, that he could be on, that he won't be on a teleprompter. I bet you there's a teleprompter somewhere close by to help aid him in getting out of those situations of stuff that he doesn't want to answer. But if I could quickly, you had a talk back earlier, and an individual suggested, why don't they just use the 25th Amendment to remove him from the ballot or however you want to call it? Well, it's never been used.
Right.
I don't know when the 25th Amendment was created. You'd have to go back and look and then see what was going on politically at that time, because it's certainly there was something questionable going on. Otherwise, somebody came up with it. But that'll never happen. That'll never happen. And here's why. They might start the procedure.
Right.
You know what I mean? Go through the steps needed to get to the finality. And the finality of that would be you need 2/3 vote from both the House and the Senate to remove the president. You're not going to get 2/3 vote from either one of those those houses in Congress. Neither one's going to happen. And I would guess, don't know, but I would guess that more Republicans would vote
to keep him in.
Than Democrats.
Yeah.
So as great a suggestion as it was in the talkback earlier, it's not. That's not happening.
Yeah.
Now, as for today, all eyes will be on him. I think that he, for the most part, my money would be that he gets through this afternoon unscathed.
Okay.
Do you think he'll ultimately still be on the Democratic ticket come November?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
See, I'm thinking, Charlie, now George Clooney, you had Pelosi kind of,
Well, can I pull in Eva? real quick,
Absolutely.
my
Yes.
wife.
Yes.
Why does anybody care what George Clooney says? And the next thing you know, I'm in a discussion. Well, you've got an opinion. I've got an opinion. Clooney's got an opinion.
He's a power
But I don't go
broker.
on television and talk about it. Well, because you don't have access to television.
But in addition to access, and he's a celebrity, he's a power broker.
Yes.
He has big fundraisers. So
Yeah.
and we heard this week as well, there's some big time billionaire donors who are saying, I'm out. I'm not giving any more money. I think if you add all this up, I think it's bad
At
news
this
for
point, does
Biden.
money that you have, whether you're Trump or Biden, does it matter? I mean,
to run campaign ads, you always want more.
Yeah,
You always want more.
It's hard for me to separate myself from the people who. It's hard for me to grasp that there are people who are undecided.
Yeah.
Well, there are. Yeah.
Oh, I know there are.
Yeah.
Lots of them.
Which is shocking.
It's hard to. I have difficulty processing.
I understand. I understand.
More coming right up with Charlie Parker. He's got some things on his mind he wants to talk about, and we want to hear from him on those as well. WOAI News Time, 8:15. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together, then more with Uncle Charlie. Charlie Parker in studio. But first, Charity McCurdy, what stories are you following?
A manhunt is underway in Harris County after a deputy was shot and killed. Today marks another crucial test for President Biden as his support unravels, and over 1 million Houston area residents are dealing with another day of no AC and blistering heat following Hurricane Beryl. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun today, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Westover Hills, 73 degrees in Monte Vista, and 72 here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:20.
San Antonio's First News, Charlie Parker in studio. Coming up at 8:40, we'll hear from Joe Pags of the Joe Pags Show. Get a preview of his show coming up later this afternoon. He's got a big marquee guest. He'll tell us who it is. But Charlie, you are a huge music guy and some very notable passings from the world of popular music just recently.
Yeah, condolences to friends and family of both Joe Bonsall of the Oak Ridge Boys. Been with the I didn't know the Oak Ridge Boys started in 1943.
What?
But the current lineup, so to speak, was pretty much in the early 70s.
Oh, okay.
72, 73. Bonsall had been with the band since 73. He passed away at the age of 76. And another Joe Egan, who was the co-founder, along with Jerry Rafferty, of Steelers Wheel, passed away at 77. He, with Rafferty, co-wrote Stuck in the Middle with You.
Classic.
And I still, to this day,
Can't hear it.
cannot hear that song. And I hear it a lot.
I know.
Cannot hear that song and not think of Michael Madsen and Mr. Blonde in Reservoir Dogs.
Yes.
Every time it comes,
Yeah.
the intro starts on that song, boom. I'm right there with Michael Madsen.
With the knife.
With the blade.
Yeah, with the blade, yes.
Getting ready to cut that guy's ear off.
Yep.
And it's just.
It's amazing how that works, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And let me ask you a question, because we're 2 weeks away from the 33rd Olympiad, Summer Olympiad.
Okay.
Is anybody upset that Kawhi Leonard dropped out of team? No, I'm serious. Anybody
No,
care
not
that
at
he
all.
dropped out of
Not at all.
Team USA
Good riddance
basketball?
to
What took
bad
him so long?
rubbish.
Yeah.
What took him so long is what I want to know.
Well, I'm sure that if you don't know the entire story, it was at the behest, according to reports, of both USA Basketball and the Clippers. Because overall, they're looking at it from an NBA point of view. And what if the Clippers don't have, something happens and he gets hurt more? Now, I can tell you that there are hundreds of people listening this very moment saying, he's not hurt. And that's probably a valid thought. Who knows? But the guy hasn't played a full season.
Yeah.
He misses he misses a dozen to 20 games a year. Hasn't played a full season since he was in Toronto, which is after he left after he
Spurs,
got traded from the Spurs up to the Raptors.
Yeah.
And I can understand the Clippers' concern. That's much more important.
Yep.
And if you get right down to it, if it's not going to happen, but if the entire USA basketball roster right now all decided they didn't want to play, whoever they would replace them all with would be good enough.
Sure. And
Would
what a
still
year
be good enough to win gold.
What a year Derek White is having.
Yeah. I'm extremely happy that that's who they chose to replace Kawhi.
Yeah.
But whether he's really hurt or not, I don't
We'll have to ask
But it
Uncle
doesn't-
Dennis.
Well, I not
Doesn't
only
bother me.
not only am I not bothered, I feel better. I don't want Kawhi Leonard representing Team USA, so I'm happy that he's gone.
So am I.
Charity,
He got what he wished for.
Yep.
I don't want to wish injury on anyone or pain, but
Really?
it couldn't happen
we're
to a
not
better
talking
person.
anyone. Yeah.
Same here. I try not to hold a grudge. I try to.
It's
I,
hard not
I
to.
try to live and let live, but it's very difficult when it comes to Kawhi Leonard after what he did to the Spurs. Yeah.
Well, it just dawned on me that that's the first time I've actually used his name in years.
Yeah, and I'm surprised.
Yeah,
Yeah,
usually
I'm
go
surprised.
number 2. I think that's how you
surprised
reference it.
myself.
But
Yeah.
I've had this thought: if Kawhi Leonard doesn't screw over the Spurs, we never get Victor Wembanyama.
This is true.
Right.
Because the
This is
Spurs
true.
would not have sunk to the level they did if Kawhi stayed on the team.
Right.
But I'm still not sending him a thank you card. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Ain't happening.
I mean, if you're, hypothesizing, is that the word?
Yes, it is now.
If you're doing that, had he stayed, would we have needed Victor Wembanyama?
Ooh.
If he's missing 20 games a season, Kawhi Leonard, maybe.
Yeah.
I mean, championship in Toronto, but nothing with
Well,
the
once
Clippers.
again, continuing with that word I just made up.
Yeah.
Who were those legit? Was he ever legitimately hurt?
We don't know.
I don't think he was when we dealt him off.
I agree.
I think that was a crock.
I think his
But, you know.
feelings were hurt, is what really came down to.
And the whole Tony Parker
Yeah,
thing, saying I
yeah.
had the same injury and I was fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think he felt dissed. Yeah, I know.
Just
I know.
spent way too much time talking about Kawhi
We
Leonard.
did, yeah.
And you said his name.
However,
Sorry.
if just talking about forgive and
Yeah.
forget, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, should they ever put Kawhi Leonard's jersey in the Raptors?
Hell no.
He won Finals MVP. You don't beat the Miami Heat in
No.
2014 without Kawhi Leonard.
That's not a one series
No.
award accolade. No, never.
I know.
And I would
No.
bet my life it doesn't ever happen.
Yeah. Even if somebody else wears it and does a great job.
Even if Pop said,
Nobody show up that night.
Right. If Pop said, I'm going to be a bigger man. We're going to retire his jersey. Yeah, no.
It could be a game where the Spurs were playing somebody in the Western Conference
Yeah.
for the right to get the number 1 seed in the Western Conference playoffs. It could be Kawhi Leonard night, and there'd be nobody in the house.
Amen.
Oh.
Amen.
And
You
isn't
ever
the
see
Coyote number 2 now?
2 with an exclamation point.
Well, yeah.
So, yeah.
Number 2,
Now
in
we
more
would
ways than
retire
one.
that number.
You ever see
Yeah.
people wearing, still to this day, wearing, HTV or something, somebody
No.
wearing a Kawhi Leonard jersey?
No, I have not.
No, I have
I have to do everything in my power to keep my mouth shut.
Not,
God,
not
yes.
call them names.
Yeah. Here, you need a lighter?
Yeah.
Got one right here.
More coming up. Charity McCurdy at the bottom of the hour with all the stories you need to know on this 7-Eleven day, Thursday, July 11th. Joe Pags with a preview of the Joe Pags Show at 8:40. WOAI News Time 8:27. That's a good conversation. Talking about the Houston Texans, we didn't realize the mics were off.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. T believes the Houston Texans are in for a great season
I
this
do.
year.
I think they're the team to watch.
I would agree with that. And I think the Cowboys are going to fall off.
They're going to go 8-9. They're going to go 8-9. You watch.
Yeah.
Because they can't go 8-8 anymore. So it could be 8-9.
Unless they go 8-1.
Okay, 8-1 is the same as 8-9.
No, I'm 8-9 is my current prediction for the Cowboys.
That's what I said.
8-9. And they would be well advised to just let Dak walk.
Travis, have a good one. And Friday, Luya, a day early, man.
See ya, Travis. Let Dak walk.
I agree, man. You can't not do that. You can't pay him what he wants, man, because then you're handcuffed for another season.
He will never win 2 consecutive playoff games, and he may never win another one anyway, based on what we saw.
Well, with what they have around him, come on, man. He's got nothing. Got nothing. All right, here comes Charity McCurdy, everybody. I know that's what you're here for.
.32 is our time. San Antonio's first news. Good Thursday morning. I'm Charity McCurdy. Among our top stories, the world will be watching President Biden's NATO presser. Power restoration efforts are slow going in Houston following Hurricane Beryl. Details ahead. First, traffic and weather together every 10 minutes in mornings. Your Weather Channel forecast for this Thursday, partly cloudy, could see a stray shower, a high in the low 90s. More rain possible tonight, a low near 73. Right now, we're at 73 degrees. Senate Democrats are meeting with top Biden administrations and campaign officials. Fox's Ryan Schmelz has more on Decision 2024.
President Biden's campaign chair, Jen O'Malley Dillon, and 2 senior advisors will attend a special caucus lunch, according to a Senate Democratic leadership source. A number of Senate Democrats, like Whip Dick Durbin of Illinois, have said they have concerns following the president's disappointing debate performance.
Of course I do, and I think that he's trying to address those directly by the style and the nature of his campaign. I think he's aware of the fact that what happened at that debate was disastrous.
Fox has told the meeting is for Senate Democrats to express their concerns about President Biden's candidacy rather than a meeting for officials to make the pitch to Senate Democrats. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
And actor George Clooney is calling on Biden to drop out of the race. In a New York Times op-ed, the longtime Democrat said he recently hosted a fundraiser for Biden and noted he was not the Joe Biden of 2010 or even the Joe Biden of 2020. He then referenced Biden's shaky debate performance, saying party leaders need to stop telling us that 51 million people didn't see what we just saw. Meantime, President Biden will hold a key news conference today during the NATO summit in D.C.
All eyes will be on President Biden this evening as he looks to prove to his own party and the world that he is still up for the job. The make or break press conference comes as top campaign officials are expected to meet with Senate Democrats later today. Senator Peter Welch of Vermont became the first Democrat in the Senate to join the growing list of Democrat lawmakers calling on the president to step aside. The party is still divided. Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman is doubling down on his support for the president. Meanwhile, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer could be open to dumping Biden. Axios reporting that in public, Schumer's been insistent that he's for Joe, but in private, he is singing a different tune. Brooke Singman, Fox News.
And a manhunt is underway in the Houston area after an undercover Harris County Sheriff's deputy was killed in a shooting overnight. Sheriff Ed Gonzalez says the deputy had tracked down a suspect who had just pistol whipped a Little Caesars Pizza restaurant employee when he was shot.
We're asking for our community's prayers. Our community always stands with us. And so first and foremost, we're asking for prayers.
Gonzalez says the 28-year-old deputy had been on the force for 5 years. Investigators say it appears the assault at the restaurant occurred after the suspect became upset over a pizza order. About 1.3 million customers are still without power in the Houston area 3 days after Hurricane Beryl made landfall. Acting Governor Dan Patrick says crews are working to get power restored as soon as possible.
When you don't have power, when it's pitch black at night, when it's hot as Hades during the day, you don't have access to food that you normally had, it's a miserable situation. And you need to know that we care about that.
CenterPoint customers are among those without electricity who must also face no AC in the midst of a dangerous heat wave this week. Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton says he could face another round of impeachment.
Paxton issued a statement last night saying the House Ethics Committee is planning to recommend another impeachment for him, according to the Texas Tribune. While providing no evidence for his claim, Paxton said, quote, "Their bitter obsession with taking me down knows no bounds, and it will stop at nothing to remove me from office," unquote. That same committee, chaired by Junction Republican Andrew Murr, indicted Paxton on 20 counts last spring, but Paxton was acquitted of 16, while 4 were dismissed. Eric Lycum, News Radio 1200 WOAI.
TxDOT is warning of more weekend traffic headaches on the northwest side with plans to close Loop 1604 westbound from Lock Hill Selma Road to I-10 as part of the Loop 1604 North Expansion Project. The eastbound feeder of Loop 1604 will also be closed at the interchange along with the eastbound exit ramp to I-10. The closures are scheduled to start at 9 p.m. Friday and continue until 5 a.m. Monday. It is 8:37. Traffic and weather together in a minute. But first, a check of your money and the world of business. Ed Corey is live at the Bloomberg News Desk. All right, thanks, Ed. News at the top and bottom of every hour, along with breaking news as it happens. I'm Charity McCurdy. Here's traffic and weather.
San Antonio's first news, our thanks to Charlie Parker for that first half hour. Charity McCurdy, Mr. T, Tim Merriman. I'm Chris Duell. Joe Pags this afternoon, as usual, has a big marquee guest. Good afternoon. Good morning, Joe.
That's right, Chris. She's in the Trump circle, a former television news anchor in Arizona. It's Kari Lake running for U.S. Senate. We'll find out how she's doing against the Democrat challenger, plus former UN Ambassador Rick Grenell. We talk about the complicit media and the Democrat Party hiding the condition of Joe Biden. And firebrand Matt Gaetz joins us again, District 1 Republican, great state of Florida, on the Joe Pags Show today at 5 on News Radio 1200 WOAI.
Thank you so much, Joe Pags Show, 5 p.m. this afternoon and every weekday afternoon right here, 5 to 8 p.m. Be sure to tune in. Well, all eyes, including our eyes, 4:30 this afternoon on that press conference with President Joe Biden. And Charity, Charlie made an interesting point, and I want to get your thoughts on it. He said he believes that if Joe Biden gets any questions about his fitness for office or his cognitive ability, that he's going to say, I'm only here to answer questions on the NATO summit. I want to talk about the NATO summit that was successful. What do you think the reaction would be if Biden chose to play it that way this afternoon?
I think it would backfire. And surely he has a answer for that question ready to go. He should be studying up and thinking of all possible scenarios. A lot of the focus has been on his mental acuity. I think that would be something he is fully prepared to answer, but he may provide an answer, but then shift to policy.
That's like he does in a debate. Just when they ask him a question, you start off talking about it and then you go into something else. I could see that maybe happening, but I still think that's a bad look.
Yeah,
for him. I mean, he's got to do something to get out there and show people, I'm still here.
I think the eyes of the nation are going to be on this press conference. I brought this up with a couple of times with John Decker, because he so rarely gives a press conference like this, and because not only he, but his press secretary, Karine Jean-Pierre, has been so evasive with the White House press corps. I got a feeling the press corps is going to be a little chippy here. And I think it could be get a little contentious with the president here this afternoon.
I could see them being very aggressive with their questioning and perhaps trying to see if they can throw the president off balance, throw him off his pre-planned idea of how he's going to answer a question or what the questions might be. Again, I think this will be the opportunity, if any, for Biden to prove that debate last month was just one bad night, and he will hopefully be able to stay on point and complete a thought or sentence.
No, I think this is so big that I think all the major networks are going to be carrying this afternoon, right? Because I'm just trying to get my day planned out, get my nap in early, get my popcorn ready, that kind of thing.
And I really think, and let's go, I think you asked this of Charity, will Biden be on the ballot in November? You look at George Clooney yesterday. I think we've got 10 lawmakers now. That number's probably grown since this show went on the air this morning. You had Nancy Pelosi, who is a big power broker, kind of hedging and suggesting that he still needs to make that decision. I really think if we haven't reached it, we're close to reaching a critical mass of not only Democrat and powerful Democrats, but big-time donors deciding we're not going to donate any more money to this campaign if Biden is still around. I personally do not believe he'll be on the ballot in November. Charity, what about you?
I'm not sure. I really don't know, because I feel like if he doesn't drop out in the next week, then I guess he's the guy for the Democrats. But again, with fundraising drying up and more Democrats, more Hollywood elites coming forward and saying we don't want Biden, I don't know if he's going to have a choice, but he is remaining defiant. And that's the most surprising part to me.
I agree, Charity. Ego, I think, is going to keep him on this ballot. I really do. I think that's
ego and probably denial.
Denial,
you
yes.
You brought up a great analogy yesterday, Mr. T. And I went through this with my mother about 10 years ago. There was a time my mother was driving. She was in her early 90s, and she ran over the median over on Blanco Road and flattened a ton. Nobody was around. It was
thank God.
We realized Mom, you can't drive anymore. She was angry.
Yep.
You're going to take my keys away?
That's what it's like.
Yes, Mom. It's like taking the keys away from an elderly person.
Yeah, who still thinks they can drive.
Yes.
Yes.
And you're doing it for their own good. And in this case, you're doing it for the good of the country. And you're probably doing it for the good of the Democratic Party if they want to have any chance to win in November. And up and down the ballot, they're talking about a bloodbath for Democrats if Biden sticks around. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon, that press conference at 4:30. Coming up, we'll get you caught up on headlines, traffic, weather, and more. WOAI News Time, 8:46.
Okay.
Woo.
Okay.
Hey, everybody. No, I thought that taking the keys away from an elderly person analogy was spot on.
I'm thinking,
Charlie, that first Charlie. Wow, I should tell Charity.
Yeah. You want me to just forward her this whole email from, or this text from John Decker?
Yes. Make sure she knows it's
I
from
will.
Decker.
I'm going to say from Decker.
John Decker just texted Mr. T that press conference is being moved back an hour to 5:30 San Antonio time because the NATO summit meeting is going to go longer today. That's breaking news that nobody else knows yet.
But you
that
do.
we got from John Decker, White House correspondent.
Thank you, sir. Beautiful. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Dude, see, he likes us, man.
Mm-hmm.
He likes us. He really likes
National
us.
Mojito Day. A Slurpee and a Mojito.
How about a Mojito Slurpee?
A Mojito Slurpee. That's all.
That's what we can close
Maybe
the
we'll,
show
yeah,
with.
that's good.
No. She's on the air. Leave her alone. Come on. Woo. Hopefully she read the text. I don't know if she did or not.
Thank you, Kay.
And you have that text also because I
just saw that.
Okay.
Thank you.
That way you know you got the verbiage. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying. Whenever I hear somebody go, know what I'm saying? I think
Yeah.
the other person should go, I know what you're saying. Like
Do
often
you?
it'll be an athlete.
Yeah.
We had a great game. Know what I'm saying?
saying?
Yeah, I do know what you're saying. Well, it's like whenever
I'm
anybody
saying
goes,
it right in front of you. Of course I
Yeah.
know what you're saying.
We could do this, right? Right. Yeah, right.
That's a good
You
way to
are
do that.
right.
That's a good way to do that.
Right?
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 That is my biggest pet peeve.
So sorry.
Adults who use the term right after almost
Right?
every sentence. Right?
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 Right? Right. Right.
Right. Yeah,
You're
yeah,
bloody
you're
well,
right.
right.
Shut the hell up.
You got a bloody
Quit saying right so much.
Right. Right.
You're an adult.
Right. Right?
Like a valley girl. Totally. like you know?
Gag
like
me
you
with
know,
a
gag me
spoon.
with a spoon.
Or
Listen, valley girl.
or the young ones like. It
yeah.
was like
Like.
you're like, you know.
Yeah,
Like
So,
you know.
we went to the mall and we saw our friends.
Like
Please.
and they were all like, you know.
Grumpy old fart says, "You're right, Chris."
Way to go, Grumpy.
Thank you, grumpy old fart. Now that is the grumpy old fart in the chat.
Yeah, okay.
Just-
Not Charlie, because he
no.
was just here.
Yeah.
Yeah. He'll
Okay,
hit
I know, right? Right.
Right.
And I see television news anchors,
it, right?
like high-paid national television news anchors, saying right after every sentence.
Right?
Right.
Right?
So this is America, right? Yes, it is. Right. You're right. Quit saying it.
Oh.
Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying?
Know what I'm saying? Stand by, Chris.
So I'll kind of throw that to her. Just ahead of headlines, traffic, and weather together in Charity, as you know, Mr. T just got a text from White House correspondent John Decker. Apparently, that press conference will be backed up an hour due to what's happening with the NATO summit this afternoon.
Oh, so we're getting closer to the president's bedtime. So that could spell trouble.
Not good for the president. Wow.
I didn't even think about that.
I did not connect those dots.
I didn't either.
Charity McCurdy,
Wow.
what else are you working on?
And President Biden is preparing for his high-stakes NATO presser, where he hopes to prove he's mentally fit to serve another 4 years. A manhunt is underway after a Harris County deputy was shot and killed during an ambush overnight. And it's another day of sweltering heat with no AC for over 1 million Houston area residents still reeling from Hurricane Beryl power outages. We'll have the latest coming up right now, traffic and weather together.
Mixture of clouds and sun, highs in the low to mid 90s. Tomorrow, cloudy, a stray shower, thunderstorm possible, highs in the low 90s. Then on Saturday, showers in the morning, then cloudy in the afternoon, highs in the low 90s. 73 degrees in Leon Valley, 71 in New Braunfels, and 73 right here in Stone Oak. WOAI News Time, 8:52.
San Antonio's first news. We want to thank Charlie Parker for coming in studio. Thanks to EJ Pacheco and Andrew Zimmel for doing the heavy lifting, flying the Millennium Falcon today. Andrew directing the live stream on YouTube. You can always find us there at 1200 WOAI. And thanks to John Decker, White House correspondent, moments ago, breaking news, letting us know that press conference by President Joe Biden this afternoon backed up an hour to 5:30 p.m. San Antonio time due to proceedings with the NATO summit going a little bit longer today. And Mr. T, I don't want to bury the lead. I know the press conference is very important this afternoon, but I don't want anybody to forget today is National Slurpee Day, but it is also National Mojito Day.
So a Mojito Slurpee. That's the way to go.
So do you just add vodka to the Slurpee? Is that how that works?
No, it should be rum.
Rum,
Yeah, I was gonna say
actually.
rum,
Okay.
yeah, rum and some mint.
I don't do mojitos. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I just
too sweet.
Eat that, and it just doesn't really have enough kick to it for me. I don't know.
We're not doing it right.
I guess not. Or the bartender's not doing it right. Yeah.
Are you a mojito elitist?
Add it to the list, Chris. Add it to the list.
You are above mojitos, is what you're basically saying?
Yes, I am. And I wear my badge with pride, okay?
I could go for a mojito Slurpee. I'd like to take a
that would,
Slurpee.
now that would be the
A
time to
National
try
Slurpee
a
Day.
Slurpee, a
Yeah.
Mojito
And
Slurpee.
Convert it to a,
And hang out by the pool. I mean,
Sure.
ultimate combination.
Now we're talking.
And I don't know, open up a package of magnetic water balloons. I mean, you never know.
that would be
it yet.
It's
coming, Charity.
Charity, if you
McCurdy.
would have got those for me for my birthday, we would have been throwing them in here.
Oh,
in the
you would have
studio.
appreciated them.
We would have
Oh,
thrown them here in
okay.
the studio,
Okay.
man.
Well, but if you did that, Sheriff Keith would have put that on your permanent record.
Oh.
So
Don't want to get in trouble with Sheriff Keith. Yeah,
No.
No.
But
we'll lay the smack down.
Our permanent records.
Charity,
always
you
really
made
big.
a huge point. The press conference will now be at 6:30 Eastern time. That's 5:30 our time. That is very close to President Biden's bedtime. I think he should be very afraid.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to expect, but it's definitely not good. He's had a long day, and it could really be tiring for him, but we'll see and wait and see what happens. Hopefully he's able to perform because it's going to be a defining moment. And if he has any hope or chance of rebounding from, last month's debate, this is it, this presser.
Yeah, he just wants to get it done in time for the Wheel of Fortune.
Oh.
Yes. Well,
With Ryan Seacrest early?
No, they're still rerunning.
Okay.
Yeah.
God help us when Seacrest becomes the host of Wheel of Fortune. Hey, tomorrow, Randy Beamer will be with us in the 8 o'clock hour, Fridays with Beamer. Tune in for that. We got Glenn Beck within minutes. Charity McCurdy at the top of the hour with all the big stories. But right now, your Sean Hannity Morning Minute.
Hey,
See y'all,
everybody
Kay,
have a great day.
Eric, anybody still in here? Appreciate grumpy old fart.
No, Charlie left already.
No, the grumpy old fart
Oh,
in
okay,
the
I'm sorry.
chat.
I'm sorry.
See y'all later.
Have a good
day.
one.